Chapter 26-26. So it's to kill the princess of the dragons. On the way. After hearing King Yu's explanation, Blood 2 and the others nodded in realization. Shui Die looked a little angry. What's wrong with you? King Yu looked at him suspiciously. I'm angry with myself. Shui Die said. Angry with yourself? King Yu was stunned. Qin Feiyang, Blood 2, and the others also looked at Shui Die in shock. I was there when they killed Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon. I also heard Ancestral Dragon of the Fire Dragon telling them to go to the gathering place. But I didn't think of going to the gathering place to kill them. Why is my brain so slow? Shui Die patted his head and said in frustration. Hearing this, King Yu, Blood 2, and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. So he was angry about this. Boss, you don't have to be angry. After all, not everyone is so meticulous. Blood 2 chuckled. Get lost. Shui Die glared at him and turned to Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Next time, I'll definitely think of it before you. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect such a big guy to care so much about such a small matter. However, it also showed that Shui Die's personality was very straightforward. He said whatever he wanted to say and didn't hide it in his heart. Such a person was easy to get along with because he wasn't scheming. Wait. Shui Die reached out and stopped everyone. He frowned and said, It's too late for us to go to the Dragon Mountains now. Why? Everyone looked at him in confusion. That person called Du Yuntian has the same cultivation level as me. He's also at the perfected 9 heavens realm. Then our speed is the same. Since I've already brought Brother Qin back to the ancient city, Du Yuntian must have already brought the Princess of the Dragons to the Dragon Mountains. When they reach the Dragon Mountains and find that Yi Zhong and the others aren't there, they will definitely be suspicious and hide or leave. Then if we go there now, won't it be a wasted trip? Shui Die said. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a smile, You're wrong. You're wrong. Shui Die was stunned. Yes. Although Du Yuntian's cultivation is the same as yours, he has none of the advantages you have. Qin Feiyang said. What advantage? Shui Die was suspicious. First, the power of evil. As he travels, he has to divide his attention to refine the evil power. His speed will definitely be slower than yours. Next would be the ferocious beasts of hell. As the great commander of the blood demon race, that ferocious beast definitely won't dare to block your path. But Princess Dragons and Du Yuntian are different. One of them is a human, and the other is a dragon. Furthermore, your blood demon race has already given the order to hunt down the humans and dragons. Think about it, what will happen if the beasts see them? He must have pounced on them in a frenzy. In the face of endless ferocious beasts, their speed will naturally slow down. I reckon that they might still be halfway there. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yeah. Shui Die scratched his head, feeling as if his intelligence had been crushed once again. Boss, isn't there a saying that goes differently? All brawn and no brains. You're a big guy. Aren't you looking for trouble by competing with Brother Qin in terms of brains? Shui grinned. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Shui Die's veins suddenly bulged. Shui chuckled. All right. Let's continue on our way. King Yu shook his head and smiled, leading a group of people and disappearing into the sky like lightning. A few hours later, a group of people descended outside the Dragon Mountain range. King Yu scanned the mountains and rivers and said in a deep voice, The Dragon Mountain range is ahead. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the Dragon Mountain range, then looked at the 10 great commanders and said, I'll have to trouble you guys. Shui said, What trouble? Just say it. You guys split up and enter the Dragon Mountain range from all directions. Along the way, use your divine sense to conduct a carpet search of the Dragon Mountain range. If Yi Zhong and the others really return to the Dragon Mountain range, there will be nowhere to run, Qin Feiyang said. Good idea. Shui's eyes lit up. The other great commanders also looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. No matter what, this person did it flawlessly. The dragons were really unlucky to have provoked such a shrewd enemy. Then let's move. If you discover anything, Release your aura immediately. The others will also rush over immediately to assist in the encirclement, King Yu said. Yes. The 10 commanders responded respectfully. Then, they dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared into the mountains. King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about us?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course we're going straight to the valley." King Yu nodded and smiled. He swept up Qin Feiyang and rushed toward the slanting valley. "Senior King Yu, since you and the 10 great commanders have left, will there be any problems in the ancient city?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Don't worry about that. Even if I and the 10 great commanders are not around, the dragons will not dare to barge into the ancient city. After all, there are still many 9 Heavens Realm experts in the ancient city. We'll talk about it later. I'm the owner of the ancient city. If there are any changes, I'll be able to sense it immediately." King Yu smiled confidently. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. Very soon, the two of them landed in the sky above the valley. It had been 1.5 years since the last battle. The traces left behind by the battle had long been covered by grass and trees. Moreover, there were more beasts in the valley. However, when these beasts saw King Yu, they immediately lay on the ground and shivered. "In the past year, have you seen any humans appearing in the giant dragon mountain range?" King Yu asked. "No." Those beasts shook their heads. King Yu frowned and said, "Leave the giant dragon mountain range immediately." The group of beasts turned around and ran away as if they had been granted amnesty. King Yu said, "It seems that princess dragons and the rest have not arrived. If they haven't arrived, then they are unlucky." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As they could not use the image crystal, it was impossible for princess dragons and Du Yuntian to know about the situation of Yi Zhong and the rest. Therefore, when they arrived at the giant dragon mountain range, they would not be wary at all. And this was enough to be fatal. At the same time, the 10 commanders also entered the giant dragon mountain range respectively. Their divine senses covered the sky and earth, not missing any place. Time passed by bit by bit. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang and King Yu immediately turned around and saw that the aura came from the northeast direction. And the owner of this aura was Shui. Could there be a situation? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Let's go and take a look." King Yu shouted and immediately led Qin Feiyang to the northwest direction. At the same time, Shui and the rest also heard the commotion and rushed towards Shui. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, another terrifying aura burst out. Qin Feiyang, King Yu, and the 10 commanders were all very familiar with this aura. Yi Zhong. He is indeed hiding in the giant dragon mountain range secretly, King Yu sneered. To Qin Feiyang, the giant dragon mountain range was very big. But to a peak 9 Heavens realm like King Yu, it was just a small place. In less than 10 breaths, they all arrived at the battlefield and immediately saw Yi Zhong and Shui fighting fiercely in the void ahead. And without any suspense, Yi Zhong had the absolute advantage. Because he had mastered the power of law. Although Shui was also very strong, he did not have the power of law and could not transform. With his strength alone, naturally, he was no match for Yi Zhong. His entire body was dripping with blood. However, Shui could borrow the power of the evil sun, so it would be difficult for Yi Zhong to kill him. Yi Zhong. What a coincidence. We meet again. King Yu said coldly. Shui also retreated to the side and summoned the power of the evil sun to heal himself. Together with Shui and the others, they surrounded Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong frowned. What was going on? The 10 commanders and King Yu had all come to the giant dragon mountain range. And by the looks of it, they were obviously searching the giant dragon mountain range. Could it be that the blood demon race knew that he was hiding in the giant dragon mountain range? But that was not right. With his understanding of the blood demon race, these big guys would not have thought of this at all. Suddenly, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang, who was beside King Yu, and his expression froze. Qin Feiyang. How could it be him? Long time no see, Chief Palace Master Yi. We are quite lucky to have caught a big fish like you. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said with a smile. Yi Zhong said in shock and anger. Why are you with the blood demon race? It's a long story. Why don't we go to the ancient city together and have a good chat? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and then at King Yu and the 10 commanders. He was in disbelief. He had become friends with the blood demon race? How did this kid do it? Qin Feiyang looked around and asked with a smile, why are you alone? Where are the chief palace master, the beast king, and the ancestor dragons? Yi Zhong snorted. Let me think. The ancestor dragons have not comprehended the power of laws, so they would not dare to take the risk to return to the giant dragon mountain range. And the chief palace master is a businessman. He would not do a losing deal. As for the beast king, now that he is only left with a wisp of his soul, he would not dare to take the risk. In the end, only you, chief palace master Yi, are left. So I concluded that you should be the only one in the giant dragon mountain range now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice, you brought them here? That's right. Half a year ago, I met the princess and the fire dragon, the ancestor dragon. They have not met up with you. So I concluded that you would definitely return to the giant dragon mountain range quietly to wait for them. In the end, it was as I expected. Qin Feiyang laughed. You met Her Highness? Yi Zhong was surprised. Yes. But she was unlucky to meet me. I accidentally killed her. And the fire dragon, the ancestor dragon, was also very unlucky. He was killed by the power of laws. Qin Feiyang said. Her Highness and old fire are dead. Yi Zhong's face changed. This was definitely bad news for the dragons. I don't want to take action against you. Follow me to the ancient city of King Yu. I will also ask Senior King Yu to let you go. Qin Feiyang said. You asked him to let me go and he will let me go. Yi Zhong sneered. As long as Brother Qin says the word, I will let you go now. King Yu said. Chapter 26-27. You can even let me go? Yi Zhong looked at King Yu in shock. What exactly did Qin Feiyang do? King Yu actually trusted him so much. They even called each other brothers. You're a smart person. Facing Senior King Yu and the 10 commanders, even if you have mastered the power of laws, you won't have a chance to escape. So you might as well listen to me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Zhong glanced at King Yu and the 10 commanders before looking at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Yi Zhong smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll go to King Yu's ancient city with you. Qin Feiyang smiled too. But then, an enslavement seal appeared. The smile on Yi Zhong's face disappeared instantly. Qin Feiyang said, I believe you can understand. What a joke. After signing the slave seal, do I still have a choice? Yi Zhong said angrily. Do you think you still have a choice now? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Zhong's face sank. I know. You must have left your soul on Divine Dragon Island. Even if I kill you now, you can be resurrected. But what have you thought? Is it really worth it? Qin Feiyang sighed. I know whether it's worth it or not. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. All right. Then we'll wait and see. I'll let you go this time, Qin Feiyang said. What? You're really letting him go? The 10 commanders frowned. It wasn't easy to catch Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong frowned as well. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You're so kind. Just tell me, what tricks are you up to? This makes me a little depressed. It's rare for me to be a good person, and you actually suspect me? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. You, Qin Feiyang, are a kind person? Yi Zhong sneered without hesitation. I'm really not that bad. Qin Feiyang sighed and strode over to Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. King Yu and the 10 great commanders were also puzzled. What was this kid trying to do? However, what happened next stunned everyone present. Qin Feiyang walked in front of Yi Zhong and gave Yi Zhong a big bear hug. He smiled and said, Take care of yourself. This, Yi Zhong, the Ghost King, and the 10 commanders were all in a state of confusion right now. What was going on? People who didn't know would think that this old man and young man were friends despite the difference in age. Qin Feiyang let go of Yi Zhong and retreated to the Ghost King's side. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Go, Brother Qin, wait a moment. It's easy to release a tiger back to the mountains, but it'll be difficult to catch him again. You have to think carefully," Shui Da hurriedly advised. "It's fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Sir, what do you think?" Shui Da looked at the Ghost King. However, before Shui Da finished speaking, the Ghost King said, "Since I've already said it, I can't go back on my words. Yi Zhong, go." "You're really letting me go?" Yi Zhong was stunned. He kept feeling that something was wrong. "Why aren't you scramming?" Shui Da shouted angrily. Yi Zhong looked at Shui Da and then at Qin Feiyang. Then, he turned and left without looking back. When Yi Zhong disappeared from sight, the Ghost King immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, what are you trying to do?" "Senior Ghost King, don't be anxious." Qin Feiyang smiled and stretched out his hand that was behind his back. There was an image crystal in his palm. The Ghost King and the 10 commanders were bewildered. "This is an image crystal. Although we can't send messages in the Netherworld King's Hell, we can still record images." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Record images?" The Ghost King was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image showed the scene of him and Yi Zhong hugging each other. Moreover, they could clearly hear the words "take care of yourself." "Why are you recording this?" The Ghost King was suspicious. The 10 commanders were also puzzled. "This is very useful. Think about it. If the dragons see this and hear this, what will they think?" Qin Feiyang said. If the dragons see this, the Ghost King and the 10 commanders were deep in thought. The Ghost King slapped his head and said with a smile, "So that's the case. You're using this image to sow discord between Yi Zhong and the dragons." "That's right. I have to recruit Yi Zhong for my own use. However, as his disciple, I know his character very well. Using force will definitely not work. Therefore, I can only use this method. It may be a little despicable, but it's also the most effective method. I don't have time to waste with him," Qin Feiyang said. "Amazing." The Ghost King gave him a thumbs up. The 10 commanders were also full of praises. "Wait a minute." The Ghost King suddenly raised his hand and pondered for a while before asking, "You just said that you're Yi Zhong's disciple?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Didn't Senior Brother Crazy tell you this? We talked a lot back then." "I can't remember clearly." The Ghost King shook his head. "I'm indeed Yi Zhong's disciple. However, I have another identity. My other identity is Li Bu. Back then, I forged this identity in order to get close to the dragons," Qin Feiyang said. "So that's the case." The Ghost King nodded. "In short, I'll handle the matter regarding Yi Zhong well. I won't bring you any trouble," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "This king believes in that." The Ghost King nodded and smiled. "However, my identity as Li Bu and the fact that Senior Brother Crazy and the White-Eyed Wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang must not be leaked. Because once the dragons know that Senior Brother Crazy and the White-Eyed Wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang, they will definitely think of me. By then, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't worry about this. We've already thought of this. Therefore, more than a year ago, I've already instructed in private that no one is allowed to leak the fact that Crazy and the White-Eyed Wolf are in the ancient city of King Yuang," the Ghost King said. "Senior, you're also a meticulous person," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Ghost King shook his head and smiled. Although he had spent less than a day with Qin Feiyang, he could already tell that this was a young man who could make people feel despair. "Don't just talk about this. We have a very big problem now." "Shui Dao." "What problem?" The Ghost King looked at him suspiciously. "If we let Yi Zhong go, he will definitely think of ways to intercept the Princess of the Dragons and prevent her from entering the giant dragon mountains. Won't our plan be in vain then?" Shui Dao. "That's right." Blood 2 and the rest also patted their heads and came to a realization. However, Qin Feiyang revealed a smile and said, "It seems that you didn't pay much attention to what I said previously." The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, Think carefully. Didn't I tell Yi Zhong that I accidentally killed the princess of the dragons? The 10 commanders lowered their heads and pondered. That's what you said. The Ghost King suddenly nodded. Yi Zhong won't doubt the words that come out of my mouth. Since the princess of the dragons is dead, is there still a need for him to intercept? So, even if we let Yi Zhong go, it won't affect our plan to kill the princess of the dragons. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Xue Die was stunned and said in disbelief, so you've been planning this from the beginning. How can this be a joke? Of course, I have to consider everything in advance. Qin Feiyang said. Xue Die said helplessly, all right, I admit defeat. I really can't compare to your brain. Boss, you finally know your own limits. That's rare. Xue said coldly. Are you itching for a beating? Xue Die immediately frowned. Don't. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Xue hurriedly waved his hand. I'm going to use my fists today. I want to see who dares to say that I'm not a gentleman. Xue Die grabbed Xue and beat him up. Xue wailed. Xue-san and the other commanders also stood at the side and watched the show with a smile. The Ghost King's face darkened. He glared at the group of people and said apologetically, Brother Qin, I've made a fool of myself. No. They're quite cute. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt that the Blood Demon tribe was worth befriending. Back to Yi Zhong. Half an hour later. He rushed into a large mountain. Soon, a small valley entered his sight. There were several cave residences in the valley. When Yi Zhong arrived in the valley, the Chief Pavilion Master, the Beast Emperor, and the various ancestral dragons all walked out of their cave residences. How was it? The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon asked. Yi Zhong sighed. I didn't see the princess and old Hua. Instead, I saw the Ghost King and the 10 commanders. What? They went to the Dragon Mountains again? Everyone was shocked. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded and said in a deep voice, and Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked at each other. Why did Qin Feiyang also go to the Dragon Mountains? It was Qin Feiyang who brought the Ghost King and the others to the Dragon Mountains. I don't know why this kid has such a good relationship with the Blood Demon tribe. He's actually brothers with the Ghost King and the 10 commanders, Yi Zhong said. It can't be. Quickly tell us in detail. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Yi Zhong nodded and briefly explained the situation. The princess and old Hua are dead. They heard about it. The group of people was dumbfounded. Damn it. Outside, everyone likes him. In the hell, the Blood Demon tribe also likes him. I really don't understand. What charm does this little bastard have? When they came back to their senses, the ancestral dragons immediately roared, feeling very unbalanced. Sigh. Yi Zhong sighed. At this moment, he wavered. Was it right or wrong for the dragons to deprive Qin Feiyang and Qin Batian of their bloodline power? The Chief Pavilion Master looked at the ancestral dragons and asked Yi Zhong, then how did you escape? Yi Zhong paused for a moment and said, of course I escaped when they weren't paying attention. Could it be that they would take the initiative to let me go? He had to hide the truth. This was because once he told them the truth, the ancestral dragons would definitely be suspicious of him given their suspicious personalities. Then what should we do now? Are we still going to the Ghost King ancient city to snatch the heaven-defying artifact? The Beast Emperor asked. The Chief Pavilion Master looked at the ancestral dragon and said, of course not. The Blood Demon tribe is already very difficult to deal with, and now there's another Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong said helplessly, I also found out that Qin Feiyang has already broken through to the half-nine heavens realm. So fast. The Chief Pavilion Master was stunned. He remembered that before entering the hell, this little bastard was only a greater perfection paragon god. Then all the more we can't go to the Ghost King ancient city. After all, we all know about Qin Feiyang's means. Even if he doesn't have any heaven-defying artifact or technique, we can't underestimate him. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. The Chief Pavilion Master came back to his senses and asked, then let's go to Fallen Valley to take a look. The ancestral dragon sighed helplessly and said, "Then let's go to Fallen Valley to try our luck." He didn't insist on going to the Ghost King ancient city anymore. Because he didn't dare. He was afraid. Chapter 26-28. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early morning. The evil sun slowly rose. The dark world gradually brightened. Whoosh. A man and a woman rushed into the Dragon Mountains. The man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a purple robe. He was tall and straight and had quite a temperament. The woman wore a white dress and had a graceful figure. She could be described as a peerless beauty. However, they were a little embarrassed. Their bodies were covered with blood. The two of them were Du Yuntian and Princess Dragons. "This is the settlement." Du Yuntian glanced around and asked. "Yes." Princess Dragons nodded. They walked all the way and arrived at the sky above the canyon. However, in the canyon, there was nothing except for weeds all over the ground. "Where are they? Could you have made a mistake?" Du Yuntian frowned. "Impossible." Princess Dragons took out a hand-drawn map from her interspatial ring and carefully checked it for a moment before saying, "There's no mistake. This is the place." "Then how can we see the chief palace master and the rest?" Du Yuntian was suspicious. Princess Dragons said with uncertainty, "They may have gone out for something." "They shouldn't have. If they had gone out for something, they would have left 1 or 2 people to guard here." "I think they may have left." Du Yuntian shook his head. "Left?" Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. If Yi Zhong and the rest had really left, where could she find them? Du Yuntian asked, "Is there a second settlement?" "No." Princess Dragons shook her head. "Then it's not easy. Hell is so big. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to find them." Du Yuntian said. Princess Dragons frowned. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "I thought of a place." "Where?" Du Yuntian asked. "Fallen Valley." Princess Dragons said. "Fallen Valley?" Du Yuntian was suspicious. "That's right. Before we came to Hell, Yi Zhong and the others mentioned Fallen Valley more than once. He even said that he would definitely visit Fallen Valley again if he had the chance. If they are not in the Dragon Mountains, then they must be in the Fallen Valley," Princess Dragons said in a deep voice. Du Yuntian's eyes flashed as he asked, "How far is Fallen Valley from here?" "I heard from Yi Zhong and the others that it would take at least 2 years to travel from the giant Dragon Mountain range to Fallen Valley, even for a great perfection 9 heavens realm," Princess Dragons said. "So far." Du Yuntian was stunned. "It's all right. Compared to the divine demon forest, it's already very close." Princess Dragons shook her head. Du Yuntian's eyes flickered as he said, "Since they are no longer in the giant Dragon Mountain range, speaking of which." Du Yuntian chuckled as he looked at Princess Dragons and said, "Then let's settle our matters." "Our business?" Princess Dragons was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "What can we solve?" "Of course there is. Along the way, I have endured for a long time, and now I really can't endure it anymore." After Du Yuntian finished speaking, he suddenly released his pressure to imprison Princess Dragons. "What are you doing?" Princess Dragons was shocked and shouted angrily. "What am I doing?" Du Yuntian held his chin as he looked at Princess Dragon's figure and laughed, "I want to be the son-in-law of Dragon Zun." Upon hearing this, Princess Dragon's face suddenly turned pale. "Don't struggle. You are only a half-step 9th heaven realm. Under my pressure, you don't even have the chance to self-destruct. Just obediently obey me." Du Yuntian walked up step by step. "Bastard, if you dare to do this, I, Dragons, will never let you go." Princess Dragons roared. "Ha ha, when the rice is cooked, what can dragons do to me? Moreover, I have already made plans. Let's have a child here first, and then take the child back to Divine Continent. At that time, even if you dragons are angry, you probably won't kill me. After all, I am the father of the child." Du Yuntian laughed. "Shameless bastard." Princess Dragons was furious, and a destructive aura suddenly emerged from her body. "I told you it's useless, why don't you listen?" Du Yuntian shook his head, and his pressure instantly increased by several levels, and Princess Dragons was immediately imprisoned. Not to mention self-destructing, she couldn't even speak. Woo woo, Princess Dragons struggled silently, and her eyes were full of pleading, as if saying, "Let me go." However, how could Du Yuntian let go of such a rare opportunity after much difficulty? He walked in front of Princess Dragons and grabbed her dress. At this moment, tears suddenly rolled out of Princess Dragon's eyes, and her face was full of despair. Poochie. However, just as the Dragon Princess's dress was torn apart, a faint laugh sounded. Du Yuntian. I always thought that I was brave enough, but I didn't expect you to be even braver than me. You even dared to touch Dragon Zun's daughter. What do you think will happen to you if Dragon Zun knows about this? The laughter was full of sarcasm. This voice, Princess Dragon's heart skipped a beat. Du Yuntian's face suddenly darkened, and he looked up at the peak of the mountain, and saw a young man in white standing at the edge of the cliff. Qin Feiyang. Why are you here? You're really haunting me, Du Yuntian said angrily. Haunting me? Don't be mistaken, I came to the Dragon Mountains before you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and landed in front of Du Yuntian. In the past half-month, he, King Yu, and the 10 commanders had been lurking nearby. When Du Yuntian and Princess Dragons arrived, he quietly came to the peak of the mountain and witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Save me, Princess Dragons cried silently. Usually, she hated Qin Feiyang to the core, but at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if she had seen her savior. Du Yuntian frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, don't meddle in other people's business. I don't intend to meddle in it either. You continue, just pretend that I'm not here. Qin Feiyang chuckled as he leaned against a rock and crossed his arms over his chest. You're just standing there, how can I continue? Du Yuntian's face darkened, and he said angrily, what does that have to do with anything? Anyway, you're so thick-skinned to do such a thing, why are you afraid of others seeing it? Qin Feiyang said. Du Yuntian gloomily stared at Qin Feiyang, and suddenly laughed, if we can capture Princess Dragons, it'll be good for both of us, why don't we share it? Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Share? Could this guy be more shameless? Forget it. I can't do such a wicked thing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wicked? Du Yuntian sneered and said, as long as I can achieve my goal, what's the difference? It's pointless to say more. You continue, I'll just watch. I'll definitely not disturb you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Du Yuntian was burning with anger. Was this not disturbing? He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, you should know that the dragons are a threat to us. If we can capture Princess Dragons, it'll be great for you, me, and the Dragon-slaying palace. Dragon-slaying palace? Princess Dragons was shocked. Du Yuntian actually mentioned the Dragon-slaying palace? Could it be his from the Dragon-slaying palace? Du Yuntian looked at Qin Feiyang and continued, think about it, if I become the son-in-law of the dragons, won't it be easier for us to destroy the dragons? His really from the Dragon-slaying palace? Princess Dragons was shocked. At the same time, it was too late for regrets. Qin Feiyang had said that there was something wrong with Du Yuntian's identity, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that it was really just Qin Feiyang trying to sow discord. However, she didn't expect it to be true. If she had believed Qin Feiyang and secretly been wary of Du Yuntian, how could she have fallen into such a situation? Working from the inside, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. It seems to make sense. That's the reason. Look, we're both young lords of the dragon-slaying palace. If you and I join forces, it'll be a strong alliance. When we destroy the dragons, we'll have the greatest credit. Maybe we'll be the next sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace. Aren't you tempted by such a great benefit? Du Yuntian laughed. He didn't care about his identity being exposed. After all, he had already attacked Princess Dragons. I'm tempted. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. To show my sincerity, I'll let you play with this woman first. Du Yuntian laughed. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while and slowly walked to Du Yuntian's side. He reached out and pinched Princess Dragon's chin, looking at her face. You don't say. At such a close distance, it really makes one's imagination run wild. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, Princess Dragon's face turned even paler. She didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be such a person. Du Yuntian looked at Princess Dragons and then at Qin Feiyang. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. I'm waiting for you to come closer. A wisp of divine power quietly appeared in his palm. That's right. His previous show of goodwill was to lure Qin Feiyang to take the initiative to come closer. Because only by attacking at a close distance, he was confident that he could kill Qin Feiyang in one blow. The world said that Qin Feiyang was smart, but now it seemed that he was not that smart. He believed him so easily. However, just as Du Yuntian was about to launch a sneak attack on Qin Feiyang suddenly let go of the Dragon Princess's chin. Then, he turned around and ruthlessly slapped Du Yuntian's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in this place for a long time. Du Yuntian was dumbfounded. Princess Dragons was also dumbfounded. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and took a step back. He jokingly said, Du Yuntian, do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're courting death. Du Yuntian was completely enraged. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Don't look like you're going to eat me. I, Qin Feiyang, may be cruel and merciless, but I'm not so shameless as to use such despicable means. To possess Princess Dragons and become the son-in-law of Long Zun, I can't believe you can think of such a thing. Someone like you is worthy of being the young lord of the dragon-slaying palace and being as famous as I, Qin Feiyang? I feel ashamed. Qin Feiyang despised him. Good. Then let me see how powerful you can be without a heaven-defying divine weapon and heaven-defying divine art. Du Yuntian nodded repeatedly, his face full of hostility. Boom. Before his voice had died away, a terrifying surge of divine power surged out, carrying a destructive momentum toward Qin Feiyang. Chapter 26-29. How dare you hurt Brother Qin? You're courting death. Just as Du Yuntian made his move, an angry roar could be heard. Immediately after, a huge figure rushed over at lightning speed and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. It was Xue Die. Xue Die threw a punch, and Du Yuntian's divine power was immediately shattered. Blood Demon Tribe. Du Yuntian's expression changed. Whoosh. Another 10 figures rushed over. They were Qingyu, Xue and the others. You guys. Du Yuntian looked at the group of people with a terrified expression. Don't misunderstand. It's just you and Princess Dragons. There's no need for all of us to move out. Qingyu said indifferently. Then why are you guys here? Du Yuntian was surprised. We're here for the ancestral dragon. Unfortunately, they've already escaped. Qingyu said. Du Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his heart was in his throat again. Although these blood demons were here for the ancestral dragon, now that the ancestral dragon had escaped, they would definitely not let him go. For these blood demons, killing him was just a matter of convenience. Qingyu looked at Princess Dragons and said indifferently, You're Princess Dragons? Princess Dragons whimpered. Qingyu waved his hand, and the majesty that imprisoned Princess Dragons was immediately shattered. Princess Dragons finally regained her freedom and immediately retreated. She stared at Du Yuntian and said resentfully, I guarantee that you'll die miserably. Du Yuntian's gaze trembled. Qingyu said, I'm asking you a question. Princess Dragons looked at Qingyu and said, I'm Princess Dragons. May I ask who you are? Xue Die said, He's the ruler of hell, Qingyu. Qingyu. Princess Dragons was shocked. Du Yuntian was also shocked. This blood demon in front of him was actually the famous Qingyu. Qingyu sized up Princess Dragons for a moment and nodded. You look like your mother. You've seen my mother? Princess Dragons asked. Qingyu snorted. Not only have I seen her, but we've also fought. She was defeated by me. What? Long Zun was defeated by him? Du Yuntian was stunned. Even Longzuan was no match for this person. Just how terrifying was the Ghost King's strength? Qin Feiyang was also slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Yu King, and asked, Senior Yu King, have you seen Long Zun's true appearance? Yes. Although many years have passed, this king still remembers it. The Ghost King nodded. Qin Feiyang was very curious. What did this Longzun look like? Although he had met Longzuan more than once, he had never seen Longzuan's true appearance. Suddenly, Du Yuntian stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. King Yu and the others also looked at Du Yuntian in shock. "Fight me one-on-one. No one is allowed to help me. If I lose, you can punish me however you want. But if I win, you have to let me go," Du Yuntian said. He wanted to gain the initiative by striking first. This was because he knew that with the help of the Ghost King and the others, there was no way he could survive. Only by challenging Qin Feiyang would he have a chance. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and hurriedly raised his hand. Wait. Why should I fight you one-on-one? You don't dare. Come to think of it, you're only an immortal." At this point, Du Yuntian's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Qin Feiyang in disbelief and said, "You've already broken through to the half-step 9 heavens realm? Is that strange?" Qin Feiyang asked in a daze. Du Yuntian took a deep breath and said, "It's not strange for you, Qin Feiyang. But so what if you're a half-step 9 heavens realm?" There was some disdain in his eyes. "Haha. Are you trying to provoke me so that I'll accept your challenge? As the young master of the Dragon Slayer Temple, is this all you know?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you don't dare, I won't force you. But if word gets out that the descendant of Qin Batian doesn't even have the courage to accept someone's challenge, I think you'll not only lose your face, but also the face of your ancestor." Du Yuntian sneered. "Go on. I'm listening." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms, as if he was watching a clown. Du Yuntian was furious. How could this person be so calm? If it was someone else, they would have already been angered and accepted his challenge. "Senior Ghost King, any of the 10 commanders can easily get rid of you. Do you think I need to waste my time with you?" Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. "Coward. Useless. What else do you know other than relying on your master's power? But it makes sense. You didn't have parents to discipline you since you were young. It's normal that you don't know shame and self-respect." Du Yuntian sneered. "Parents?" Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. "What's wrong? Have I touched your heart? Others might not know, but I know your past very well. You've been extremely talented since you were young. You're known as a rare monster. But in the end, not only did your biological father not value you, he even personally crippled your cultivation and chased you out of the family. I can't help but pity you. You're just like a dog, struggling at death's door." Du Yuntian continued to provoke and ridicule him. "So he went through such a tribulation when he was young," Princess Dragons muttered. To be crippled by one's own father and chased out of the family was a terrifying thing. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. But this man had stubbornly made it all the way. Ghost King and the 10 commanders couldn't help but sympathize with Qin Feiyang. It was no wonder this kid was so terrifying. He had been tempered through trials and tribulations. Qin Feiyang stared at Du Yuntian, his gloomy expression becoming increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, he exhaled a long breath and said with a smile, "Although your tricks are unsightly, I have to congratulate you. You've really angered me." "Tricks? Isn't this the truth?" Du Yuntian chuckled. "Yes. This is the truth. But so what? My father and mother did this to better protect me. This is the love of a father and a mother. Although you were born in Shenju and have talent and status that others don't have, I believe you've never experienced the feeling of being cared for." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "How do you know I haven't?" Du Yuntian sneered. "Because of your character. If you had parents to discipline you and care for you, you would never have become such a refined scum. So to speak, you're the one who lacks parental discipline." Qin Feiyang said. "Cut the crap. Accept my challenge if you dare," Du Yuntian shouted. There was a hint of anger in his tone. Obviously, Qin Feiyang had guessed correctly. Du Yuntian's family situation was not that simple. "All right. I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. He looked at King Yu and the 10 commanders and said, "Senior King Yu, don't interfere." "Are you sure?" King Yu frowned. Yes. If I really lose to him, it's because I'm not capable enough. You can let him go then. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. No matter what you do, we'll support you. Step back. King Yu shouted. The 10 commanders immediately stepped back. With a wave of his hand, the Ghost King brought the Dragon Princess and retreated into the distance. You're not going to kill me? Princess Dragons frowned. Shut up. King Yu said expressionlessly. His gaze was fixed on Qin Feiyang and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A beginner 9 Heavens realm versus a perfected 9 Heavens realm. Could this young lad create a miracle? You actually accepted my challenge. I have to say that you're really stupid. Du Yuntian glanced at King Yu and the rest. He looked at Qin Feiyang and burst into laughter. Stupid? Don't think too much. I just want you to experience for yourself how weak you are in front of me. I want you to know what true despair is. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless boasting. A mere half-step 9 Heavens realm can make me feel despair? Just you wait. Very soon, I'll let you have a good taste of despair. Du Yuntian shouted angrily. His aura was released and he slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Divine power spread in all directions. The mountains and rivers here suddenly collapsed one after another. Once a perfected 9 Heavens realm attacked with all his might, it would be a scene of destruction. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step back and his eyes turned sharp. With your speed, do you think you can dodge it? Du Yuntian's face was full of disdain. He immediately chased after Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm toward his chest. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to have expected it. He stepped to the side and calmly dodged it. Impossible. Du Yuntian shook his head. The battles I've experienced in my life are not something you can imagine. Our battle awareness is not on the same level. Qin Feiyang said. Her tone was as cold as frost, bone-chilling. Battle awareness is bullshit. Cultivation is the way to go. Du Yuntian shouted. Divine power gushed out like a torrent, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. I don't deny that. Qin Feiyang nodded. In an instant, his aura soared. Beginner 9 Heavens realm. Initial 9 Heavens realm. In just a moment, his cultivation level soared by 2 small realms. Rising Dragon Formula. After studying it last time, his Rising Dragon Formula had increased by 2 small realms. However, against Du Yuntian, his initial 9 Heavens realm cultivation was not enough. He took out another divine pill and threw it into his mouth. This was the heavenly dust divine pill. Boom. Violent energy exploded in his body. His aura soared again. Greater 9 Heavens realm. What? Not only Du Yuntian and the Dragon Princess, but even King Yu and the 10 great commanders were also dumbfounded. His cultivation level increased by 3 small realms. This little guy's skills were not simple. Boom. Qin Feiyang finally made his move. The power in his body surged out like a flood from an open dam. He threw a punch. The divine power and the fist collided violently. A destructive aura instantly spread out in all directions with this place as the center. Shatter. Qin Feiyang roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god descending to earth. Then, under Du Yuntian's incredulous gaze, the divine power collapsed. It could not even stop it. Chapter 2630. This, the Dragon Princess was in a daze. Even if Qin Feiyang's cultivation had reached the 9 Heavens stage of greater success, there was still a difference of 2 whole stages between him and Du Yuntian. After all, Du Yuntian was at the 9th Heaven realm. But now, his punch had shattered Du Yuntian's divine power. Just how strong was this power? I see. King Yu was surprised at first, but after careful observation, he understood. This kid is powerful. Just like us, he has strengthened his body. Xue Die laughed. And judging from the strength he has shown, his body is at least 3 small realms stronger than those of the same realm. Xue Tu said with admiration. On the battlefield, Qin Feiyang lowered his arm. Looking at Du Yuntian, he said, the strength that you thought was infallible, is this all you've got? Du Yuntian was angry and shouted, what are you being so arrogant for? This is only 1/10 of my strength. Sky Demon Treasured Book, God Slaying. Du Yuntian pointed in the air and a black divine light shot out from his index finger. A destructive wave instantly spread out in all directions. Xue Die's face changed and he shouted, "Brother Qin, be careful. That's a supreme killing skill." Supreme killing skill, Qin Feiyang whispered. He had used a supreme killing skill so quickly. He really thought highly of Qin Feiyang. Die! Du Yuntian shouted. The divine light was like a sharp arrow, shattering the sky and locking onto Qin Feiyang. But for this, Qin Feiyang did not panic. He could not dodge it. Because the divine light's aura had locked onto him. He could only fight back. Chirp! Accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, the Fire Phoenix 4 styles was instantly released. Fire Phoenix technique. Du Yuntian was shocked. Wasn't this the divine art created by Lu Zhengyang? How could it be in this person's hands? And judging by its aura, it had reached the level of a supreme divine art. Boom! Following a series of deafening explosions, the godly light and the Fire Phoenix 4 forms continued to collide with one another. The Fire Phoenix 4 styles were annihilated one after another. Qin Feiyang was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. However, the divine light was completely undamaged. Seeing this scene, Du Yuntian calmed down and laughed wildly. Did you see that? This is the difference between our cultivation levels. Even if you have a supreme grade divine skill, you are still not my match. Kill. The divine light destroyed everything in its path as it headed straight for Qin Feiyang's glabella. But even so, Qin Feiyang still did not panic. He was so calm that it was frightening. Boom. Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of the Princess of the Dragons, the Ghost King, and the 10 commanders, Qin Feiyang actually struck the divine light with his bare hands. Was this kid courting death? No matter how strong his physical body was, he couldn't take on a supreme being killing technique head-on. However, Qin Feiyang had no intention of changing his mind. His fist surged with divine power and was as bright as the sun. Boom! In an instant, Qin Feiyang's fist met the divine light. The divine light instantly drowned Qin Feiyang. Too arrogant. This is a supreme grade killing technique. If this continues, he will definitely die. Xue Die shook his head. Die, die. Du Yuntian laughed maniacally. However, when the divine light disappeared and Qin Feiyang's figure was revealed, the smile on his face froze. The Ghost King, the 10 commanders, and the Princess of the Dragons were also in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was completely unharmed. What was going on? This was impossible. That divine light was formed by a supreme grade killing technique. No matter what, this should not be the result. In fact, they did not know that the moment Qin Feiyang was drowned by the divine light, he had activated the Wisdom King Golden Body. The Wisdom King Golden Body could block a fatal blow from a major realm. Du Yuntian's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven stage, far from the limit of the Wisdom King Golden Body. Naturally, he could not hurt Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had also chosen the right time to activate the Wisdom King Golden Body. Firstly, the Wisdom King Golden Body could only be used once. Secondly, he had obtained the Wisdom King Golden Body from the assessment ground. If the Princess of the Dragons saw it and told Yi Zhong, his identity would be exposed. Therefore, he used the divine light as a disguise. I don't believe it. Du Yuntian shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Isn't the truth right in front of you? Don't be so smug. Sky Demon Treasured Book, Divine Destruction. Du Yuntian roared. A huge black hand appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet long and covered the sky. It looked like a huge hand of a demon god. It descended from the sky and pressed down on Qin Feiyang. The void was collapsing crazily, and the earth was caving in as well. It was as if doomsday had arrived, shocking everyone in all directions. It's another supreme grade killing technique, Xue Die said in a deep voice. Since he could withstand it before, he can definitely do it this time. We have to have confidence in him, Xue said, but he was also extremely nervous. Boom. The huge black hand attacked at lightning speed. Even Qin Fei Yang could faintly feel the threat of death from the terrifying aura. Hum. Chirp. Without hesitation. He indeed activated the Divine Dragon Technique and the Fire Phoenix Technique. The two supreme-grade divine techniques appeared in an instant and blasted toward the huge black hand. Boom. Crack. For a moment. In the sky, a loud sound shook the sky. The Divine Dragon Technique and the Fire Phoenix Technique blasted on the huge black hand one after another. He had to admit that these two divine techniques were indeed powerful. They actually blocked the huge black hand. However, it was only for a short moment. The huge black hand shattered the two divine techniques and instantly slapped toward Qin Fei Yang. It was also at this moment that a set of white armor appeared on Qin Fei Yang's body. Divine armor. Boom. Immediately after, Qin Fei Yang was slapped into the ground by the huge black hand. When the huge black hand dissipated, a huge palm print appeared on the ground, and in the middle of the palm print was a huge pit. Qin Fei Yang was lying in the deep pit at this moment. The divine armor had long been shattered, and his body was dripping with blood. And because of the huge black hand's concealment, Princess Dragons did not see the divine armor. "You're at your wit's end? I thought you were very strong, but it turns out that this is all you've got. Why are you so arrogant?" Du Yuntian looked down at Qin Fei Yang lying in the deep pit and laughed. "I should be the one saying that." Qin Fei Yang's voice slowly came out as he slowly stood up. Although he was dripping with blood, he did not look weak at all. This, Du Yuntian was stunned. Princess Dragons also looked at Qin Fei Yang in shock. After being attacked by such a terrifying attack, he was actually fine. As for Ghost King and the 10 commanders, they were also very shocked. Only Qin Fei Yang knew that if he had activated the divine armor at that time, both his soul and body would have been destroyed. "You didn't die even after that. Are you a fucking cockroach?" Du Yuntian was furious. Qin Fei Yang had broken his supreme killing technique time and time again, which was equivalent to slapping his face time and time again. Because he was at the peak 9 Heavens realm. It was already very embarrassing for a 9th Heavens realm cultivator to be unable to crush the other party like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, let alone breaking his most offensive and most powerful killing technique again and again. He felt like a piece of trash who could not even kill a half-step 9 Heavens realm cultivator. "You're not strong enough, and you're blaming me for being tough. Are you kidding me?" Qin Fei Yang mocked. Good. You're strong. I'd like to see how long you can last." Heavenly Demon Scripture, God Burial. Du Yuntian roared. Clang. A huge black axe appeared with surging demonic might. "Since you're so arrogant, don't dodge. I'll send you to hell." Following Du Yuntian's angry roar, the huge black axe chopped towards Qin Fei Yang as if it could destroy the vast sky. "Have I dodged from the beginning to the end? You're not qualified for me to dodge. It's time for me to show you my strength," Qin Fei Yang said in a low voice. Swoosh. 3,000 clones were instantly activated. 3,000 clones appeared behind him in unison. "This is the divine art." Xue Die was shocked. Even now, he still remembered how terrifying this divine art was. Back then, even his physical body could not withstand it and had been sent flying. "You're just a bunch of clones. You want to block my supreme killing technique?" However, Du Yuntian had a look of contempt. "Hey!" Seeing Du Yuntian's reaction, Qin Fei Yang was surprised. He did not even know about the existence of 3,000 clones. It seemed that the demon ancestor had kept a low profile in the dragon-slaying palace and had never activated 3,000 clones. Because in this world, only he and the demon ancestor had 3,000 clones. "Attack!" Qin Fei Yang shouted. "Kill!" The 3,000 clones roared and instantly activated the Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique. They charged toward the huge black axe. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by earth-shattering sounds, the Fire Phoenix technique and the Dragon God technique shattered. However, the huge black axe was also gradually shattering. How could this be? Du Yuntian was shocked. "You still don't know? They're not clones at all. Their strength is the same as mine." Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. Crack. As more than half of the Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique shattered, the huge black axe also collapsed. At that moment, the remaining Dragon God technique and the Fire Phoenix technique blasted toward Du Yuntian and instantly drowned him. Terrifying divine might completely erupted. Ah! Du Yuntian's scream resounded in the sky. They're not clones. King Yu was also shocked. They're definitely not clones because I've experienced their strength. Their strength is exactly the same as Qin Fei Yang's original body. Blood Dao. That's really a mysterious deity technique. King Yu mumbled. Qin Fei Yang. Suddenly, Du Yuntian's angry roar was heard. Accompanied by a loud bang, an unparalleled ferocious aura suddenly surged out. The Fire Phoenix technique and the Dragon God technique that drowned Du Yuntian began to shatter and disappear. When everything was revealed, a huge black python appeared above Du Yuntian's head. The python was thousands of feet long and its body was covered with black snake scales. There was also a pitch-black horn on its head. Fighting soul? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. That's right. This is my fighting soul. I'm going to tear you into pieces and burn your bones to ashes so that you can never be reincarnated. Go to hell. Du Yuntian roared. Blood spurted from his body and he looked extremely ferocious. Boom. At that moment, the fighting soul carried a monstrous ferocious aura as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws toward Qin Fei Yang. Chapter 2631. At the same time, the horn on the war soul's head spewed out a black light, emitting a strange aura. Boom. When the black light shrouded the area, Qin Fei Yang's cultivation level plummeted. Lower tier, initial tier, half-ninth heaven state. That's right. In an instant, he was beaten back to his original state. What's going on? King Yu and the 10 commanders were shocked. A trace of bewilderment also appeared on Qin Fei Yang's face. Divine Python Domain, suppresses the opponent by 3 small realms. How is it? Do you feel despair? Du Yuntian laughed maniacally. So it's a divine ability. Qin Fei Yang mumbled. It wasn't easy for you to raise your cultivation level to the greater 9th heaven state, but now you're beaten back to your original state. You must feel helpless. You must feel aggrieved. Because if we were outside, it would be easy for you to kill me. In the past, I'm afraid you've never taken me seriously, but now, you're going to die in my hands. Haha, Qin Fei Yang. Oh, Qin Fei Yang, you asked for it. You could have stayed in the Divine Land, but you came to the Nether King's hell. But don't worry. After you die, I'll personally deliver your bones to Qin Batian and let him experience the pain of losing a loved one. Die. Du Yuntian roared. The war soul opened its mouth and charged toward Qin Fei Yang. Don't be so smug. I've seen war souls more powerful than yours. What's yours? Since you've revealed your war soul, I'll show you what a true war soul is. Following Qin Fei Yang's words, a blood dragon appeared out of nowhere. This was the purple gold dragon soul. Although the purple gold dragon soul had changed greatly due to the bloodline power, its divine ability remained the same. Roar. The blood dragon let out a loud dragon roar. The flesh between its eyebrows split open, and a huge eye appeared. The Eye of Heaven, one of the top 10 heaven-defying divine abilities, it had the terrifying ability to replicate all attacks. As soon as the Eye of Heaven opened, a giant python appeared above Qin Fei Yang's head. Wisps of black light appeared and shrouded Du Yuntian. Immediately, Du Yuntian's cultivation began to plummet. 9th heaven state. 9th greater 9th heaven state. 9th lower 9th heaven state. His cultivation level dropped by 3 small realms. How is this possible? Du Yuntian was shocked. Qin Fei Yang coldly said, Eye of Heaven. It's the Eye. King Yu yelled. That's it. The Eye of Heaven is one of the 10 great heaven-defying battle souls, and it ranks in the top 3. This kid is indeed full of surprises. The 10 times commanders divine AA divine is AA. The game is over. Divine Emperor Prison, take it away. Qin Fei Yang activated another divine ability. The Emperor's divine domain suddenly fell. Du Yuntian was immediately imprisoned, and his consciousness went blank. Consciousness deprivation. Although Du Yunqian's cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang's and could only deprive him of consciousness for a moment, one should know that for an expert of this level, a moment was enough to kill. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, bypassed Du Yunqian's war soul, and landed in front of Du Yunqian. Divine power roared as he punched Du Yunqian's lower abdomen. Boom! Du Yunqian was sent flying, and with a crack, his sea of qi shattered. Bang! Finally! With a loud bang, Du Yunqian crashed into the mountain below, creating a huge pit. The intense pain made him howl in agony. His war soul also dissipated. Qin Feiyang landed on top of the crater with a single step. He looked down at Du Yunqian and said, "Do you see it? This is the difference between you and me. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, I can still kill you." Du Yunqian endured the intense pain and got up. He was in a sorry state. He looked up at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of unwillingness. "You must be devastated. You're so much stronger than me, but you're the one lying on the ground. What do you think? Do you know the taste of despair?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I don't accept this." Du Yunqian roared hysterically. His divine sense surged wildly toward Qin Feiyang. "It's true that you don't accept this. You and Wu Baichuan don't deserve to be on the same level as me." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Without any fancy movements, he threw a punch at Du Yunqian. After Du Yunqian's war soul dissipated, his cultivation returned to the ninth heaven realm. With his physical body and strength, it was not a problem for him to resist Du Yunqian's divine sense. Boom! With a punch, Du Yunqian's divine sense was destroyed. Du Yunqian held his head and howled in pain. He felt as if his divine sense was about to be torn apart. "I'm asking you, do you know the taste of despair?" Qin Feiyang landed in front of Du Yunqian and grabbed him by the neck. His eyes were extremely cold. "Ha ha," Du Yunqian laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. "Do you really think that Wu Baichuan and I will die? Let me tell you. Before we entered the Nether King's hell, we already split off a strand of our divine sense. So, even if you kill us in the Nether King's hell, we won't die. Haha, you should be the one in despair. You finally had the chance to kill us, but it was all for nothing." Du Yunqian laughed wildly. "I see. But so what? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time, a third time. In this lifetime, you can only tremble at my feet." Qin Feiyang clenched his fist and crushed Du Yunqian's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. His head fell to the ground. But even though his head fell to the ground, Du Yunqian was still laughing wildly. Qin Feiyang stomped his foot again and crushed Du Yunqian's head and divine sense. Throughout the whole process, his expression did not change at all. "Amazing," King Yu murmured. There was a difference of 5 small realms between the half-ninth heaven realm and the peak ninth heaven realm. Originally, they felt that it was simply impossible for Qin Feiyang to win. But they did not expect that. In the end, Qin Feiyang crushed Du Yunqian like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was really a miracle. They all know to split off a strand of their divine sense. Not bad, all of them are quite smart, but a clown will always be a clown. Qin Feiyang mumbled and raised his head to look at the dragon princess. Princess Dragons's pupils shrank. A deep sense of fear emerged in her heart. "Before you entered hell, you should have also split your divine sense. Then I don't need to do anything. You can end it yourself," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Princess Dragons sighed deeply and directly self-destructed in the void. King Yu waved his hand and instantly suppressed the fluctuations of the self-destruction. Qin Feiyang also shut down the rising dragon technique and his cultivation fell to the initial ninth heaven realm. However, the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill had to wait for it to dissipate. In other words, when the time limit was up, the heavenly dust divine pill would lose its effect. Qin Feiyang could not take the initiative to disperse the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill. "Are you okay?" King Yu and the 10 commanders landed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked. "Not now. But something big might happen later." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The after-effects of Hue Yi after taking the heavenly dust divine pill were still vivid in his mind. Lying on the ground, unable to move, he was like a cripple. Since it's over, shall we go back? King Yu asked. En. Qin Feiyang nodded. King Yu waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang, returning to the ancient city. The 10 commanders followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, Senior King Yu, where is Fallen Valley? King Yu said, Fallen Valley is the most terrifying forbidden area in hell. Forbidden area? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Let me tell you this. Even I don't dare to enter Fallen Valley. King Yu shook his head. So scary? Qin Feiyang was shocked. It's also because no one can enter that we don't know what's in Fallen Valley. King Yu said. Is there a heaven-defying artifact? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. King Yu nodded. You haven't even entered. How do you know there are heaven-defying artifacts? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although I've never entered the Valley of the Fallen, I've found a heaven-defying artifact outside of it. For example, the sunset godly bow was found outside Fallen Valley. Think about it. If there are heaven-defying artifacts outside Fallen Valley, how can there not be any inside? King Yu said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. No wonder Princess Dragons said that Yi Zhong and the rest might have gone to Fallen Valley. Even my blood demon tribe can't enter, let alone them. King Yu smiled in disdain. We can't just leave them be, right? Qin Feiyang said. Don't think too much now. Stay in the ancient city and cultivate. As for Yi Zhong and the rest, I will send the 10 commanders to Fallen Valley to investigate. King Yu said. Then I'll feel bad for troubling you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Qin, you're treating us as outsiders. Besides, the dragons are our common enemy. We should do our part. Xue Die and the rest looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Yes. I'm treating you as an outsider. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile on his face. In the eyes of others, the blood demon tribe was like a devil. However, in his eyes, they were a group of cute people. Time passed quickly. The effect of the heavenly dust divine pill finally disappeared. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently and he almost fell. What happened to you? King Yu and the 10 commanders looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and his cultivation returned to the half-step 9th heaven realm. However, when he moved his muscles and bones, he was surprised to find that he was only weak. He wasn't paralyzed like Hue Yi. What was going on? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang patted his head. This must have something to do with the dragon-shaped pill aura. The heavenly dust divine pill that Hue Yi took back then only had pill patterns and hadn't reached the level of a divine pill. But now, the heavenly dust divine pill that he took had 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. In short, the more dragon-shaped pill auras, the smaller the side effects. This was good news. At least after the effect of the heavenly dust divine pill disappeared, he wouldn't have to wait for death. Chapter 2632. After returning to the ancient King Yu city, Qin Feiyang entered the 2nd level to cultivate in seclusion. The 10 commanders immediately headed to the Fallen Valley. The ancient King Yu city calmed down. But in other places, there were killings everywhere. There were killings between the blood demon tribe and humans, there were killings between the beasts and humans, there were also killings between humans in order to snatch treasures. On a giant mountain, a young man in black stood on the mountain peak and looked down with bloodthirsty eyes. Below, more than a dozen figures were fighting with a group of beasts. There were men and women, old and young, and they were all at the transcendent god realm. But the beasts were also at the transcendent god realm. In the end, both sides suffered. Right at this moment, the young man in black moved. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Brother, we have used up our divine life pills. Help us. Half of the people were killed in the battle and the other half were lying on the ground. When they saw the young man in black appear, they quickly called for help. Help you? When the Cloud Mountain village was in trouble, besides Qin Feiyang, who else came to help us? The young man in black laughed sinisterly. What? You are related to Qin Feiyang? The group was shocked. That's right. He is my benefactor. The young man in black laughed sinisterly and a gush of blood-red light emerged from his body. He was like a devil that appeared to be chilling. What are you trying to do? The group was puzzled. Except for Qin Feiyang, no matter if you are a human or a dragon, you all deserve to die. The young man in black laughed sinisterly and the blood-red light rushed toward the group of people like a tide. There were screams immediately. The blood and flesh of those people were swallowed by the blood-red light. In a short while, the group of people died on the spot and only their skeletons were left. Not only them, but the bodies of the few people and beasts who died were also swallowed by the blood-red light and only their skeletons were left. Awesome. Devouring the cultivation and flesh of living creatures to strengthen myself. Now, my cultivation has increased by a large margin. Soon, I will be able to break through to the Sir God realm. Haha, just you wait, dragons. I will make you pay the blood debt of Cloud Mountain Village 100 times, 1,000 times. The black-clothed young man smiled ferociously. Then, like a ghost, he disappeared into the forest ahead. Wherever it passed, the blood-red light swept in all directions. All war gods and ferocious beasts below war gods were turned into skeletons. The bloodthirsty glow emitted from the young man's eyes grew even more terrifying. Divine land. Divine Dragon Island. Mother. A white-robed woman walked into a large hall and bowed to a blurry figure above her. The white-clothed woman was none other than Princess Dragons. However, it was formed by a strand of divine soul. The hazy figure was naturally Long Zun. You died too. Long Zun frowned. Your daughter is incompetent. Please punish me, mother. Princess Dragons lowered her head and said. Long Zun asked, was it Qin Feiyang? Yes. Princess Dragons nodded. This damned little bastard. Why is he still so arrogant even after coming to the Underworld King's hell? Long Zun was furious. In just over 100 years, she had already lost 2 great ancestral dragons and her own daughter. In this situation, no one would be able to remain calm, let alone Long Zun. Princess Dragons sighed, with the Blood Demon clan protecting him, it's difficult to kill him. Blood Demon clan. Princess Dragons clenched her hands and said, no matter how powerful they are, they're just a group of livestock raised by your father. Father, since father is the ruler of the Underworld King's hell, then everything in the Underworld King's hell belongs to father. But why did father want us to go to the Underworld King's hell? He can just give us the heaven-defying artifacts of the Underworld King's hell. Princess Dragons frowned. Long Zun coldly snorted. He said that this is a test for us dragons. Test? Is this necessary? Sometimes I wonder if he's the dragon god of us dragons. Princess Dragons said. Sigh. You don't understand your father. As long as it's his decision, no one can make him change it. Long Zun shook her head and sighed. Princess Dragons asked, then mother, do you understand him? Long Zun pondered for a while and shook her head. To be honest, I don't know much about him. Your father is like duckweed. No one knows where he is, and no one knows what he's doing. What an irresponsible person. Princess Dragons coldly snorted. I'm already used to it. Long Zun shook her head and laughed at herself. Princess Dragons was silent for a while and said, Mother, there's one more thing. Wu Baichuan and Du Yuntian are both from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and they seem to be the young lords of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Wu Baichuan? Du Yuntian? Long Zun was stunned. The two of them sneaked into the Dragon God Palace in the east and west respectively. However, they both died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. But like us dragons, they split a wisp of their divine soul before entering the Underworld King's hell. Princess Dragons said. Damn it. These people from the Dragon Slayer Palace are really lawless. They actually dared to let people sneak into the Dragon God Palace. I'll send people to the East and West Dragon God Palaces to kill them now. Dragons were furious. It's too late. Because they definitely won't leave their divine soul on Divine Dragon Island. Princess Dragons shook her head. Long Zun raised his eyebrows and suddenly looked stunned. You just said that it was Qin Feiyang who killed them? Yes. Princess Dragons nodded. That's not right. Aren't they all from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Long Zun was suspicious. I also thought about it, but I guess there's only one possibility. There's internal conflict in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Princess Dragons said. Hihi, what a bunch of stupid humans. Long Zun laughed. Stupid indeed. Princess Dragons nodded. A disunited dragon slayer palace wants to destroy them dragons? Isn't this a joke? Princess Dragons pondered for a while and said worriedly, Mother, Qin Feiyang has the protection of the blood demon race. I'm afraid that Yi Zhong and the rest will follow in our footsteps. This matter, Long Zun lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, he sighed, Daughter, to tell you the truth, I'm also very worried. Do you know? The ancient city of Qingyu is a time array. What? Princess Dragons was startled. And this time array is 500 years per day. If what you said is true, that Qin Feiyang has a good relationship with the blood demon race, then Qingyu might let Qin Feiyang enter the time array to cultivate 500 years per day. Do you know what this means? Hell has been open for 1,000 years. In this period of time, with Qin Feiyang's talent, he can definitely break through to the 9th heaven realm. Long Zun said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let him grow like this? Princess Dragons asked. What else can we do? Long Zun sighed. I really hate this father of mine more and more now. Even hell has a time array that is 500 years per day, but our divine dragon island only has a few dozen years per day. Why did father give all these good things to outsiders? Princess Dragons said angrily. Long Zun was silent. In fact, he had some complaints in his heart. Lass, do you really hate father that much? Suddenly, a laugh sounded out of thin air. Following closely, a blurry figure descended in the main hall. This person was about 1.8 meters tall. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and one couldn't sense any aura of cultivation. However, he stood there like the ruler of heaven and earth. There was an invisible majestic aura around him. Father! Princess Dragons was stunned. Long Zun also looked at the person in shock. What's wrong? This is my home. I'm back home. Is there a need for you to make such a fuss? Dragon God looked at the mother and daughter speechlessly. No, why are you back? Long Zun asked. Can't I come back? Dragon God said. That's not right. I usually can't find you. Why did you take the initiative to come back today? Long Zun frowned. He felt like he was dreaming. My daughter is being bullied. Can't I come and take a look? Dragon God laughed. You know that your daughter is being bullied. What were you doing earlier? Long Zun's resentment suddenly rose. I also have my difficulties. Dragon God was helpless. Princess Dragons asked suspiciously, Father, you have difficulties? In her heart, her father was omnipotent and the strongest person in the world. Lass, this world isn't as simple as you think. Although your father is very strong, there are people stronger than me in this world. There are some things that I don't have the final say. Dragon God shook his head. Stronger people? Princess Dragons was shocked and asked, Who is it? The real God of creation. Dragon God said. God of creation? Princess Dragons was even more confused. There are some things that I can't tell you. You just need to know that there are people stronger than you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me help you reconstruct your body and divine soul first. Dragon God said. With a wave of his hand, a divine light swept into Princess Dragon's body. In just an instant, Princess Dragon's body and divine soul were successfully reconstructed. This kind of heaven-defying ability shocked even Princess Dragons herself. Dragon God asked with a smile, Are you interested in going to hell again? Again? Princess Dragons was stunned. Have you forgotten? Father is the ruler of hell. I can go in whenever I want. Dragon God said domineeringly. Go, go, go. Princess Dragons nodded repeatedly. She must find Qin Feiyang to settle the score. This was not the first time. Back in the northern region and Dongling, she was repeatedly teased by Qin Feiyang. If she didn't get back her face, what kind of Princess Dragons was she? Then let's go. Dragon God smiled, waved his hand, and disappeared without a trace with Princess Dragons. Wait, before Dragon Sovereign could react, they were gone. The resentment in her heart deepened. It wasn't easy to come back, but he didn't even say a word of concern. What kind of husband and wife are they? At the same time, in a certain place, Qin Batian was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. As if sensing something, he looked in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. Fei Yang, all hope is on you, you must come back alive. A moment later, Qin Batian retracted his gaze, looked up at the sky, and muttered. Chapter 2633. Ancient City of King Yuang. Without the white-eyed wolf causing trouble, the blood demon race felt much more relaxed. They were also quite impressed with Qin Fei Yang. Even such a lawless person could be tamed into obedience. As for the evil force that was absorbed by the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic, it was also slowly recovering. Late at night, the evil moon rose. The quiet ancient city of King Yuang was shrouded in the color of blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures descended above the ancient city of King Yuang. Father, Qin Fei Yang is definitely still here. That's right. These two people were the dragon god and princess dragons. Don't worry. He dares to bully my daughter. I will definitely not let him have a good time. The dragon god smiled. Princess dragons giggled and looked down at the ancient city of King Yuang. She shouted, Qin Fei Yang, come out and die. This shout directly broke the silence of the ancient city of King Yuang. This voice, on the first floor of the hall. King Yuang, who was sitting on the stone chair and resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On the second floor of the hall, Qin Fei Yang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf also opened their eyes in shock. Princess Dragon's voice? Was it an illusion? What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out? Princess Dragon's voice could be heard again. It's not an illusion. Qin Fei Yang's body and mind were greatly shocked. Little Qin Zi, what's going on? Didn't you say that she had already self-destructed in the Dragon Mountains? The white-eyed wolf asked. How would I know? Qin Fei Yang stared at it. During the day, he indeed saw Princess Dragons self-destructing. Why was she in hell now? Moreover, she came to the ancient city of King Yuang openly. She even came at night. Didn't she know that the blood demon race was more terrifying at night than during the day? What was going on? Whoosh! A figure appeared opposite Qin Fei Yang. It was Ghost King. King Yu said solemnly, Brother Qin, did you hear that? Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Why is this happening? The Yu King frowned. A person who had self-detonated would actually appear in the hell of the King of Hell? Qin Fei Yang took a deep breath, and said, all of you stay here. Do not release your auras. Senior Yu King and I will go out and take a look. All right. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf nodded. They also knew that once their whereabouts were exposed, it would affect Qin Fei Yang greatly. Go. Qin Fei Yang looked at the Yu King and said. The Ghost King waved his hand, and the two of them immediately appeared in the air above the palace. They looked up. Immediately, their gazes locked onto the dragon god. The other blood demons in the ancient city also ran out and looked at the dragon god suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Princess Dragons stared at Qin Fei Yang and said resentfully. But Qin Fei Yang acted as if he didn't hear anything and sized up the dragon god. He couldn't see his face clearly and couldn't sense his aura, but he was with Princess Dragons, and looking at Princess Dragon's posture, she was full of confidence. Could it be? Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in Qin Fei Yang's mind. You're the dragon god, Qin Fei Yang said. Dragon god? The Yu King's gaze trembled. The dragon god didn't answer, and he seemed to be sizing up Qin Fei Yang as well. Is he really the dragon god? The Yu King transmitted his voice. Princess Dragons will appear in the hell of the King of Hell again. And did you notice? Her physical body has been reconstructed. I think only the dragon god can do this. The most important thing is, they actually dared to come to the Yu King's ancient city at night. What does this mean? It means that they're not afraid of the blood demon race's transformation at all. To be so fearless, who else could it be other than the dragon god? Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice. Hearing Qin Fei Yang's analysis, the Yu King's heart suddenly tensed up. Qin Feiyang looked up at the dragon god and sneered, "Are you here to avenge your daughter?" The dragon god still didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Dragons, shook his head, and said, "It seems that you're only capable of this." "What did you say?" Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. "If you're really capable, you should come to me openly and not drag your father here. Do you know what you're doing? Relying on someone else's might." Qin Feiyang had a look of disdain. "Shut up. You're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant." Princess Dragons was enraged. "Arrogant? I don't dare to compare myself with you, the Princess Dragons." Qin Feiyang sneered. "You." Princess Dragons was furious to the extreme. "You're not convinced. It just so happens that you're also at the half-step 9 heavens realm. Why don't we have a fair fight? If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want with me." Qin Feiyang said. "Do you think I'm stupid? Just like what you said to Du Yuntian, why should I waste my time with you?" Princess Dragons sneered. "That's true. You're only capable of this much. If not for the fact that you're the daughter of the Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon God, I would have killed you in the North region. You should be glad that you were born into a good family," Qin Feiyang said. Princess Dragons clenched her fists tightly as if she was greatly threatened. Her eyes were a little red. "Humiliating my daughter in front of me, is it appropriate for you to do this?" The Dragon God finally spoke. This voice, Qin Feiyang's body trembled as he stared at the Dragon God, killing intent surging in his eyes. The Dragon God sighed again. "I know you're not afraid of anything, but at least give me some face. It's you. You bastard. Return the lives of Big Cousin and the inner demons." Qin Feiyang suddenly roared, his hair standing on end. He raised his fist and charged toward the Dragon God. "Brother Qin, don't." King Yu's expression changed. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to have been possessed. He only had the Dragon God in his eyes, and his killing intent was monstrous. At the same time, the Dragon God did not have any intention of dodging. Qin Feiyang punched the Dragon God's chest with all his might, but the Dragon God did not even move. "Bastard! I must kill you." Qin Feiyang roared as his divine power surged out and bombarded the Dragon God's body. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter what method he used, he could not cause any harm to the Dragon God. The Dragon God was also like Mount Tai, not retreating a single step. What's going on? At this moment, not only King Yu and the Blood Demons, but even Princess Dragons was confused. Why did Qin Feiyang seem to have changed into a different person when he heard his father's voice? Also, why didn't his father fight back? Could it be that they knew each other before? After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feiyang lay in the void, panting like a cow, but the Dragon God was still unscathed. "Have you had enough?" The Dragon God spoke. Qin Feiyang panted as he looked up at the Dragon God and said, "What did they do wrong? Why did you kill them?" That's right. The person standing in front of him was Ice Dragon. Although Ice Dragon had transformed into his human form, his voice did not change. Qin Feiyang could recognize him immediately. "Can you blame me for this?" Ice Dragon was helpless. "If I don't blame you, then blame me." Qin Feiyang roared. "It's really your fault," Ice Dragon said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ice Dragon said, "Do you still remember the elixir I asked Fire Python to send you?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course he remembered this elixir. If not for this elixir, he would have died long ago. "Then do you know why I gave you this elixir?" Ice Dragon asked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then I will tell you now. This elixir was exchanged with the lives of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin." Ice Dragon said. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. "In other words, they used their own lives in exchange for yours." Ice Dragon said. "So it was me who killed them," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Yes. It was you who killed them. But I also admire them. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to save you. But it was also very stupid. Exchanging 2 lives for 1, this is simply a losing trade." Ice Dragon shook his head. "Shut up. How can a beast like you understand the feelings between family members? If it were them, I would also exchange my life for theirs. Qin Feiyang roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Princess Dragons shouted, "You bastard, how dare you scold father?" Hihi, haha. Qin Feiyang couldn't stop laughing when he heard this. It was as if he had gone crazy. Suddenly, he arrived in front of the dragon princess in a single step and grabbed her by the neck. Those blood-red eyes were like a devil's. Even if the dragon god was next to her, Princess Dragons couldn't help but feel fear. "What do you know? What do you know? You think your father is a good person? Haha, don't joke around. Back then at Miracle, we didn't provoke him, nor did we offend him, but he suddenly ran out to bite us like a mad dog. Unfortunately, with his strength, he can't kill me at all. How is it? Are you shocked? Even your father can't kill me?" Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and laughed like a madman. The big hand that was holding Princess Dragons also unconsciously tightened. Woo-woo. Princess Dragons struggled frantically. "In the past, I didn't really hate you dragons. It was only because you wanted to deprive me of my bloodline power that I had no choice but to fight back. But now, listen to me carefully. If I don't eliminate you dragons, I, Qin Feiyang, swear that I'm not a human." Qin Feiyang let out a fierce roar as he exerted force with his 5 fingers. With a cracking sound, the dragon princess's neck immediately shattered. Following that, Qin Feiyang punched Princess Dragon's head again. "You really don't put this emperor in your eyes." Ice Dragon snorted coldly, took a step forward, and slapped Qin Feiyang's back with his palm. Puff! Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body smashed into the ancient city below like a meteorite. "Brother Qin." The surrounding blood demons swarmed over, their faces full of concern. Qin Feiyang struggled to get up. Although it was only the power of one palm, the 5 internal organs in his body had already been shattered. Ice Dragon looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and waved his hand. A divine light entered Princess Dragon's body, and her injuries instantly healed. "Father, kill him, kill him." Princess Dragons roared, her eyes full of resentment. In that moment, she clearly felt that Qin Feiyang didn't show any mercy. If it weren't for her father's timely action, she would have been destroyed. Chapter 2634. "Don't worry, I won't let him have an easy time." Ice Dragon comforted the princess and looked down at Qin Feiyang, saying, "You said that I can't kill you, right?" Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, "If you can kill me, would I be alive now?" "All right, I'll kill you now." The figure of the Ice Dragon shuddered as a tremendous aura burst out from it. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the pressure, unable to move his body. He didn't even have the strength to speak. The surrounding blood demons were also motionless as if they were frozen. Their faces were filled with terror. "Isn't it easy to kill you?" Ice Dragon shouted. The pressure continued to rise. Qin Feiyang immediately felt as if his body was being squeezed by several invisible mountains, and blood was spurting out from all the pores on his body. His body was in incomparable pain, and even his bones were breaking. However, Qin Feiyang didn't even frown, maintaining his previous posture, looking coldly at Ice Dragon. "What should I do?" King Yu was anxious. He really wanted to help Qin Feiyang, but facing the dragon god, he didn't have the slightest bit of courage. The powerful and mysterious dragon god was like an unattainable mountain that he could only look up to. But suddenly, Ice Dragon withdrew his pressure and said indifferently, "If you're willing to kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider sparing your life. Brother Qin, compromise with him. Where there's life, there's hope." King Yu transmitted his voice. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, looking at Ice Dragon and sneered, "Are you worthy of making me kneel down and beg for mercy?" King Yu was stunned, laughing bitterly in his heart. Why was he so stubborn? "Haha, after so many years, your character really hasn't changed at all. However, people like you are destined not to live long." Ice Dragon also laughed, then shook his head regretfully. "A beast like you, even if you live long, will suffer retribution in the end." Qin Feiyang said. "Retribution?" Ice Dragon's body stiffened. This guy really had an unforgiving mouth. Boom. The pressure increased once again. "Do you think I'll just sit and wait for my death?" Qin Feiyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous murderous intent exploded. This is kill character formula. Princess Dragons was shocked. Kill character formula? The Ghost King was bewildered. The surrounding blood demons also stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. What was the kill formula? Even the Princess of the Dragons was shocked. I'd like to see just how powerful the power of law in the Nether King's hell is. Qin Feiyang let out a roar. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, the blood-red long sword flew across the sky. Boom. Firmament. Suddenly, the power of the rules descended. Qin Feiyang looked up at the rule force and roared, "Kill me if you can." Clang. He gripped his blood-colored sword and charged madly at the power of laws. Brother Qin, King Yu wanted to dissuade him. However, he was shocked by the courage Qin Feiyang displayed at this moment. He even dared to provoke the rule force. How much courage did he need? If you can't kill me, then you can wait to be destroyed by me, and you. Qin Feiyang spoke again. After saying that, he looked at Ice Dragon with a murderous look and rushed toward the rule force like a moth darting into a flame. Seeing this, Ice Dragon couldn't help but disperse his pressure. After the imprisoned blood demons below regained their freedom, they immediately fled out of the city. King Yu did the same. Although he wanted to help, the powerlessness and fear in his heart made him not dare to do anything. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the rule force descended and the terrifying aura shattered millions of miles of sky. However, Qin Feiyang didn't shrink back at all and slashed with his blood-colored long sword. Boundless blood-colored light dyed the world red. Crack. However, in just an instant, the blood-colored long sword directly shattered. The destructive waves emitted by the rule force enveloped Qin Feiyang. In an instant, his body was covered in cuts and bruises, dripping with blood. Dragon God, let him go. He is just an insensible child. You are high and mighty. Is there a need to be calculative with him? King Yu couldn't help but kneel in the void and beg Ice Dragon. However, Ice Dragon turned a blind eye to him. Lord Dragon God, we are all begging you. Please spare his life. The other blood demons also knelt in the void and begged. What are you doing? He kept you in captivity like livestock in Hades' hell and you are still begging him? Don't give up the dignity of your blood demon race for me, Qin Feiyang roared. However, King Yu and the other blood demons didn't seem to hear him and looked at Ice Dragon pleadingly. Blood demon race, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but tear up when he saw this scene. Based on the blood demon's friendship, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. One day, he, Qin Feiyang, would definitely liberate the blood demons and return them their freedom. If I don't come out now, when will I? Qin Feiyang roared at the sky. Rumble. Clang. Immediately, a wave of fire rolled out of his body. Waves of shocking power immediately surged between heaven and earth. In the next moment, a palm-sized fire lotus appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. It appeared again. Ice Dragon muttered. Father, what do you mean by that? Princess Dragons was puzzled. Ice Dragon didn't answer. He stared at the fire lotus. That was right. This was Qin Feiyang's other great battle soul. Nine-leaf fire lotus. Crack. As soon as the nine-leaf fire lotus appeared, the 9 fire lotus leaves automatically fell off and turned into 9 shields. They surrounded Qin Feiyang and condensed into a fiery red barrier. Boom. The power of the rules carried with it an apocalyptic aura and blasted on the barrier. Under the incredulous gazes of the Ghost King and the blood demons, the barrier formed by the 9 fire lotus leaves actually blocked the attack of the power of the rules. How is this possible? Princess Dragons's eyes widened in anger. One had to know. The power of the rules of the Nether King's hell could even kill an imperishable stage powerhouse. However, it was actually blocked by Qin Feiyang's battle soul. Was this a dream? She rubbed her eyes hard and looked again. It wasn't a dream. Everything that had happened was real. What kind of battle soul was this? It was actually so powerful. Wait. Her mother seemed to have mentioned before that when Qin Feiyang barged into the inner sea, there seemed to be 2 great battle souls that helped Qin Feiyang block the attack of the sovereign divine weapon. Could this 9-leaf fire lotus be one of the 2 great battle souls? What kind of monster was this person? Not only did he have a heaven-defying divine technique, but he also had such a terrifying battle soul. Boom! The power of the rules seemed to have sensed Qin Feiyang's provocation. In an instant, 10 waves of power of the rules descended and blasted toward the 9 fire lotus leaves aggressively. This was a scene of apocalypse. If these 10 waves of power of the rules descended, even the ancient city of the Nether King wouldn't be able to protect itself. Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and took the initiative to meet him. The 9 fire lotus leaves kept spinning around Qin Feiyang. Waves of fire surged and covered the sky. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was as dazzling as the sun. Boom! 10 waves of power of the rules blasted toward him. Destructive waves swept out in all directions. The void collapsed crazily. However, Qin Feiyang was unharmed. Amazing. Powerful. The Nether King mumbled. He finally understood why the dragons were so afraid of this person. Who wouldn't be afraid of such heaven-defying means? That was right. This human was the hope of the Blood Demon tribe. Indeed, he's very powerful. However, do you really think that you can protect him? Today, I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Ice Dragon looked at the 9-leaf fire lotus, and a bone-piercing cold current spread out. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules descended from the sky. It wasn't 10 waves, but 100 waves. There were tens of thousands of them, densely packed together. Lord Nether King, put away the ancient city of the Nether King, a blood demon shouted. The Nether King shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. The ancient city of the Nether King immediately rose from the ground and shrunk rapidly before entering the Nether King's body. Retreat. Soon after, the Nether King gave another order, and all the blood demons immediately fled into the distance. Ice Dragon, do you want to die? However, they didn't know that at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind. It carried a great sense of majesty. Ice Dragon was shocked. Clang. In the next instant, a wave of sword chi surged out of Qin Feiyang's body. It was a crimson battle sword. That was right. This was the Crimson Sword Soul. As soon as the Sword Soul appeared, its innate ability was activated automatically. A flaming beast shadow roared as it appeared. As the flaming beast shadow appeared, heaven and earth were shrouded in a monstrous and ferocious aura. Ice Dragon's pupils constricted. There seemed to be a hint of fear in his eyes. However, nobody saw this. This was because his entire body was shrouded in a layer of mist. If someone saw this, especially the Princess of the Dragons, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The dragon god, who stood at the peak of this world, actually had an existence that he was afraid of. Roar. Clang. The beast soul roared furiously. The sword soul roared. Its sharpness, ferocious aura, and overwhelming power blasted toward the power of the rules above. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion immediately erupted in the area. All the power of the rules were instantly annihilated. Even the sky was pierced by the sharpness of the sword soul and the ferocious aura of the beast soul. This scene was as if the sky had collapsed. It was shocking. Impossible. The Princess of the Dragons shook her head vigorously. How could a half-step to the 9th heaven realm fighting soul be so powerful? Was this still a fighting soul? Was there such a terrifying fighting soul in this world? Even the 10 great fighting souls, such as the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Destiny, could not be compared to this. It really destroyed the power of the rules. In the distance, King Yu and the countless blood demons were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Previously, Qin Feiyang looked at the power of the rules and said, "If you can't kill me, I will destroy you." They thought that this was just a joke made by Qin Feiyang in a fit of anger. However, they did not expect him to really do it. This was Qin Feiyang. This was the human that the dragons were trying to get rid of. He was indeed amazing. Get lost at once. After the power of the rules was annihilated, the domineering voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind again. You shouldn't have appeared and broken the balance. You shouldn't have interfered in Qin Feiyang's life and death. After all, this is his own path. Ice Dragon snorted coldly. Chem. Father, who are you talking to? The Princess of the Dragons was puzzled. However, Ice Dragon did not seem to have heard her. His gaze was fixed on the 9-leaf fire lotus, the sword soul, and the beast soul. The King Yu and the blood demons were also puzzled. Why did he suddenly say this? Could it be those two fighting souls? How was that possible? Chapter 26:35. Qin Feiyang himself was also looking at the Ice Dragon and the two war souls suspiciously. He was sure that Ice Dragon was saying this to the two war spirits. After all, there was no one else here. But everyone knew that war spirits had no self-consciousness. Since they had no consciousness, how could they communicate with others? Break the balance and interfere with him? Did you not break the balance and interfere with him? I want to know who gave you the order to act so recklessly. Creation God. That majestic voice rang in Ice Dragon's mind again. Ice Dragon was silent. What? Nothing to say. Your strength is considered top-notch. Your job is to maintain the order of this world, not to bully others. I hope there won't be a next time, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. That majestic voice snorted and did not speak again. Hearing this, Ice Dragon's face turned ugly. He really did not give him any face. Fortunately, his daughter did not hear it, otherwise, the great image in his daughter's heart would definitely fall in an instant. Father! Princess Dragons shouted, her eyes full of doubts. Ice Dragon came back to his senses and looked at her suspiciously. Are you okay? Princess Dragons asked with concern. What can happen to me? Ice Dragon smiled proudly and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying lightly, forget it, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. What? Princess Dragons looked at Ice Dragon in shock. Didn't he want to help her teach Qin Feiyang a lesson? How come in the blink of an eye, nothing happened? At the same time, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest bit of gratitude. Because he knew that Ice Dragon let him go not because of mercy, but because he was afraid of the two war spirits. Not only was he not grateful, but his killing intent was even stronger than before. I said before, after destroying the rule force, I will destroy you. Don't even think about leaving. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the sword spirit and beast spirit immediately shattered the void and charged towards Ice Dragon. Destroy me. You have to have the ability to do so. Take care of yourself. The Ice Dragon snorted coldly and disappeared with the Dragon Princess. He left just like that. The Ghost King and the Blood Demon race were stunned in the void and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Why are you running? If you have the guts, come back and fight me to the death. Qin Feiyang roared. However, the Ice Dragon did not respond, nor did it appear again. Damn it. I should be the one telling you to take care of yourself. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will defeat you fair and square with my own abilities. Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes shining with incomparable determination. He would not give up on himself. Because this life was exchanged with the lives of Big Cousin and the inner demons. He did not have the right to give up on himself. The only thing he had to do was to work hard and step onto the peak of this world. He had to live up to the expectations of his cousin and the inner demons. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the two battle souls, bowed, and said, thank you. The two battle souls didn't say a word and directly disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. The rule force didn't descend again. Was this a form of tacit agreement? Tacit agreement that he could continue to stay in hell? It seemed that the rule force also had things that it was afraid of. Brother Qin, are you okay? The Ghost King flew over and looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's good that you're fine. You really scared me just now. I thought you were going to be erased by the rule force. The Ghost King let out a long breath. I've said before that the Ice Dragon can't kill me. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Qin Feiyang sneered. The Ghost King looked at the anger on Qin Feiyang's face and asked, do you have any hatred with him? The hatred is as deep as the sea, Qin Feiyang said. The Ghost King's heart trembled, and he asked again, then you weren't joking when you said that you wanted to eliminate the dragons, right? Of course not. And not only the dragons, but also the Ice Dragon. Senior Ghost King, believe me, I will definitely kill the ice dragon and return freedom to your blood demon race, Qin Feiyang said. I believe you. The Ghost King nodded repeatedly. However, there was a trace of worry on his face. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I'm worried. The dragon god can't do anything to you, but it's easy for him to kill our blood demon race. The Ghost King sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Are you afraid that he will take revenge on your blood demon race? Yes. After all, this time, the blood demon race and I are pleading for you. I believe that you will definitely defeat him sooner or later, but I'm afraid that the blood demon race might not be able to wait until that day. The Ghost King shook his head. Looking at the worried blood demon race around him, he could not help but feel sad. That won't happen. Believe me, you will definitely be able to wait until that day comes. I will also come personally to bring all of you to the outside world. At that time, we will drink and chat merrily. We will fight side by side. We will face the unknown together, Qin Feiyang said. The Ghost King looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha. All right, I will wait for that day to come. Seeing this, the blood demon race around them were also overjoyed. Everyone, listen up. From now on, Qin Feiyang is a friend of our blood demon race. No. He is a family member of our blood demon race. In the future, no matter who it is, if you meet Qin Feiyang, you must do your best to help him, even if it means risking your life. The Ghost King looked at the blood demon race around him and shouted. Yes. All the blood demons answered in unison. Their voices were like a bell that pierced through the clouds. Deep in a mountain, ice dragons stood against the wind. The princess dragons stood silently at the side. There was an image in the void in front of the two of them. The image displayed the scene of the Ghost King ancient city. The ice dragon asked, Daughter, do you have any thoughts after seeing this scene? No. The princess dragons snorted coldly. She looked away and looked at the ice dragon. She was quite dissatisfied with the ice dragon. The ice dragon smiled bitterly and sighed. This is friendship. If your mother treated humans like how Qin Feiyang treated the blood demon race, how would things end up like this now? You still blame your mother? The princess dragons raised her eyebrows. I'm not blaming her. I'm just disappointed. If you want to gain the respect of others, you have to respect others first. Don't you understand such a simple logic? The ice dragon sighed. Humph. Don't you understand the character of humans? Selfish and greedy. If our dragon clan takes a step back, they will definitely think that our dragon clan is afraid of them and push their luck. The princess dragons said in disgust. You can't generalize. Not all humans are like this. There are still a lot of people like Qin Feiyang who are loyal and affectionate. This is also the reason why I didn't allow your mother to slaughter humans. The ice dragon shook his head. I beg to differ. The princess dragons snorted coldly. Sigh. The ice dragon shook his head and sighed. He didn't say anything else and smiled. Let's go back to the Divine Dragon Island. Go back now? What about Qin Feiyang? Are we just going to let him go like this? The princess dragons frowned. Since you hate Qin Feiyang so much, then work hard in your cultivation. In the future, use your true abilities to defeat him personally. The ice dragon said. The princess dragons fell silent upon hearing this. Why? You don't have confidence in yourself? The ice dragon asked. The ancient King Yu city has a 500-year time array. No matter how hard I work, it's impossible for me to surpass him. As for you, you obviously have this ability but you don't make a move. I really don't know what you're trying to do. The princess dragons was dissatisfied. Lass. Earlier on the Divine Dragon Island, I've already told you that some things aren't as simple as what you see. You've seen Qin Feiyang's 2 battle souls with your own eyes. He's not an ordinary person at all. It's not that easy to kill him. The ice dragon shook his head. Not an ordinary person? Then, who exactly is he? The princess dragons was bewildered. I can't say. In any case, I definitely can't make a move. If I were to forcefully make a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, If you were to rely on your own abilities to kill him, no one would question you. As for the time array, do you think it's a problem for your father? The ice dragon smiled. The princess dragons was stunned. She then said in surprise, "Father, you mean?" The ice dragon didn't reply. He merely smiled and swept up the princess dragons before disappearing without a trace. The scene in the void dissipated as well. During this period, King Yu had already taken out the ancient city of King Yu and was still sitting in its original position. Although the ice dragon came and left quickly, he had already left an indelible shadow in the hearts of the blood demons. Although the crisis had been resolved, the atmosphere in the entire ancient city of King Yu seemed a little heavy. In the palace, King Yu asked, "Brother Qin, do you think I should summon Xue Da and the rest back?" "Summon them back for what?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. King Yu sighed. "I'm worried that the dragon god will kill them." "He won't." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "How do you know?" King Yu was doubtful. "If you were the dragon god, would you attack the blood demons?" "Definitely not. Because in the eyes of the dragon god, the blood demons are." At this point, Qin Feiyang didn't continue. King Yu asked, "Are you trying to say that in the eyes of the dragon god, we're just a bunch of animals?" This, Qin Feiyang hesitated, an apologetic look on his face. King Yu shook his head. "You don't have to avoid it. This is the truth." Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. "All right. Let Xue Da and the rest continue to head to Fallen Valley. At most, we'll die," King Yu said. Qin Feiyang was silent. After a long while, he looked up at King Yu and said, "Senior King Yu, I have a presumptuous request." "Go ahead." King Yu said. Qin Feiyang said, "Help me collect the blood of all the blood demons." "Collect blood?" King Yu was stunned. "Yes. But not too much. 1 drop per person will do," Qin Feiyang said. "Why?" King Yu was doubtful. "If the dragon god really massacred the blood demons, this blood will play a crucial role. I won't reveal the details first. If it really comes to that, you'll understand when the time comes," Qin Feiyang said. "All right. Then I won't ask further." King Yu nodded and asked, "Is it all the clansmen?" "Yes. Not only the clansmen of Hell, but also the clansmen of other ancient cities." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This is a huge project. I'm afraid it will take at least 400 to 500 years. King Yu said. "It's okay. Anyway, I'll continue to stay in the ancient city," Qin Feiyang said. "All right, I'll make the arrangements now. You can go to the 2nd level to cultivate first." With that, King Yu sent Qin Feiyang to the 2nd level and then left the palace to make the arrangements. In the end, almost all the Peak 9 Heavens Realm cultivators in the ancient city left to collect blood from the various ancient cities. Chapter 2636. The 2nd floor. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang come in, the white-eyed wolf immediately shouted, "Little Qinzi, I'm telling you, don't even think about it." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was a little confused. "Still playing dumb? Then tell me, why did you ask King Yu to collect the blood of the blood demon race?" The white-eyed wolf said angrily. The madman said suspiciously, "Qin Feiyang is collecting the blood, it must be to open the slaughter domain. Why are you so agitated? You don't know anything, who are you to interrupt?" "Shut up." The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. The madman was stunned. Could it be that there was another secret behind this? Qin Feiyang also finally understood what the white-eyed wolf meant. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm just taking precautions. Just in case. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. If it weren't for the inner demons and Lu Jiajin sacrificing themselves in exchange for the divine pill, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk to us? Let me tell you, I won't object to anything, except for this matter," the white-eyed wolf said solemnly. I know. Unless I have no other choice, I won't open the Gate of Rebirth," Qin Feiyang said. "Gate of Rebirth?" The madman was stunned. Why did it sound familiar? The white-eyed wolf shouted, "Even if you have no other choice, you are not allowed to open it, because no one will save you a second time. What about you? If I really open the Gate of Rebirth again, will you sacrifice yourself to save me?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Am I very close to you? Dream on. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled. This was a typical example of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If such a thing really happened, the white-eyed wolf would definitely sacrifice himself to save him without hesitation. However, even if the white-eyed wolf really did that, he would not allow it. Because he didn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. He would rather die than let the people around him die for him. All right. I promise not to open the gate of rebirth. Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf said, then tell the Ghost King to stop collecting blood right now. Is it necessary to be like this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Nonsense. Only by doing this can I sever your thoughts. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. There are benefits to keeping this blood. If I ever run into a crisis in the future, I can use it to deal with the emergency and activate the slaughter domain. Qin Feiyang smiled. Do you think I'm stupid? The blood of the blood demons contains evil power. Can you absorb it? The white-eyed wolf sneered. It's not that I think you're stupid, but you're really stupid. Evil power can be refined too. Besides, the one who is really absorbing the blood is the blood-colored longsword, not me. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and scratched his head. That seemed to be the case. Think about it, there are so many blood demons, and their cultivation isn't weak. If each of them gets one drop, it's definitely enough for me to activate the second stage. It's such a big bargain, it's a waste not to take it, right? Qin Feiyang smiled. I can't be bothered with you. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and ran to the corner in a fit of anger. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The gate of rebirth you guys are talking about, is it the fourth style of the dragon god technique? You know about it too. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Just now, I thought about it carefully. I once heard your ancestor mention it, but I don't know the details. Madman said. This matter, go ask the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang smiled and sat cross-legged, taking out a soul stone to cultivate. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and ran to the white-eyed wolf's side, saying, Brother Wolf, tell me. He doesn't even care, what is there for me to say? If I say too much, he will think that I am meddling in other people's business. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Yes. You must have good intentions. But it's not like you don't know Qin Feiyang, he has a sense of propriety. Madman said. His sense of propriety? Do you know why Lu Jiajin and the inner demons would risk their lives to save him? It's because he activated the gate of rebirth. The white-eyed wolf said. Tell me. Madman squatted at the side, his face full of curiosity. It's like this, the white-eyed wolf sighed and told the whole thing from beginning to end. So that's how it is. Madman finally understood. No wonder the white-eyed wolf was so angry. It turned out that opening the gate of rebirth was such a big risk. The white-eyed wolf said, Now you tell me, how can I not be angry? You should be angry. But have you ever thought about why so many people, so many beasts, would follow Qin Feiyang so loyally? Isn't it because he values friendship and loyalty? Is he someone worth following and serving? There are two sides to everything. We can't just look at one side. Of course, I can understand your feelings. You don't want to lose him. But sometimes, we have to make a choice, even if we know that we will die. Madman persuaded. Are you kidding me? I told you so much because I want you to persuade him, not because I want you to persuade me. What's the situation? The white-eyed wolf stared at him angrily. I don't like what you said. I'm just stating facts. Of course. When the time comes, I will persuade him. Madman said. When the time comes, it will be too late. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Enough. Instead of thinking so much, it's better to cultivate. When your cultivation is strong enough, you can directly kill the ice dragon and everything will be fine. Madman patted the white-eyed wolf's head and said, Take your dog's paw away. The white-eyed wolf slapped Madman's hand away, but in his heart, he agreed with Madman's words. Right. As long as he killed the ice dragon, everything he was worried about would not happen. That's right. Cultivate quickly. Cultivate immediately. Madman also sat on the ground and took out soul stones, preparing to cultivate. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Senior Brother Madman, after breaking through to the Nine Heavens realm, how many soul stones do I need to refine for each realm? Madman was startled and asked, You didn't ask before? Qin Feiyang said, Before, there was Hui Yi and the others. Do I need to ask? You, Madman shook his head and said, After breaking through to the Nine Heavens realm, the number of soul stones needed to refine has doubled. Half-step Nine Heavens realm to initial Nine Heavens realm requires 100 billion. Initial Nine Heavens stage and initial Nine Heavens stage require 200 billion. Initial Nine Heavens realm to Great Nine Heavens realm requires 400 billion. Great Nine Heavens realm to Great Nine Heavens realm requires 800 billion. Perfection Nine Heavens realm to Great Nine Heavens realm requires 1.6 billion. As for Great Nine Heavens realm to half-step imperishable realm, according to the old man, if you use soul stones, it will require at least 10 trillion. Madman said. The old man Madman mentioned was naturally the Grand Elder of Nine Heavens Palace. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. 100 billion? 200 billion? 400 billion? 800 billion? 1.6 billion? Compared to the Paragon God realm, this was a huge change. Because the Paragon God realm required 20 billion, 40 billion, 60 billion. In other words, it was only 20 billion. And now, it was one round after another. The Nine Heavens realm was okay, it required the most perfection Nine Heavens realm, which was 1.6 billion. But breaking through to half-step imperishable realm required at least 10 trillion? How long would it take? No wonder there were so many people in this world who were stuck at the perfection Nine Heavens realm. Even if there were enough soul stones, it would take an extremely long time to refine them. Don't worry about the future, take the chance now and break through to the perfection Nine Heavens realm. Madman said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. A time array that took 500 years in a day was a rare opportunity. Soon. A day passed on the second level. Qin Feiyang calculated carefully that he could now refine 3,000 soul stones a day, which was a lot better than before. To refine 3,000 soul stones a day, it would take at least 90,000 years to refine 100 billion soul stones. If he calculated according to the time rules of the second level, 500 years in a day, 10 days, 5,000 years, 100 days, 50,000 years, then wouldn't 200 days be 100,000 years? In other words, on the second level, he only needed less than 200 days to break through to the initial Nine Heavens realm. It would only take a little more than half a year. This was not right. Why was it even faster than the last time in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City? Last time in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City, it took him a year to break through from great perfection to perfection. Look at my brain. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang slapped his head hard. The time array in Mysterious Heaven Ancient City was 200 years in a day, but the time array here was 500 years in a day. Naturally, they were not on the same level. Awesome. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He immediately took out a large number of soul stones and began to refine them crazily. Frenzy and Qin Feiyang's situation was similar, but the white-eyed wolf was definitely one step faster than them. After all, before entering hell, the white-eyed wolf had already broken through to the half-step Nine Heavens realm. Moreover, before Qin Feiyang came to Qingyu Ancient City, the white-eyed wolf had already been cultivating here for more than a year. Although he only absorbed the evil force, his cultivation had also improved a lot. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf were cultivating desperately on the second level. Outside, the blood demon race had also slowly calmed down, but the shadow left behind by the dragon god was definitely hard to erase. Have you guys heard? Qin Feiyang actually got together with the blood demon race. What? Who said that? It seems that someone lurked near Mysterious Heaven Ancient City and saw it with his own eyes. Impossible. Who doesn't know that the blood demon race is crazily chasing after us humans? Qin Feiyang is also a human, how could he get together with the blood demon race? It's definitely a rumor. I hope it's a rumor, otherwise, wouldn't Qin Feiyang be lawless with the support of the blood demon race? Yeah. He has always been a ruthless person. If the blood demon race helps him, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave hell alive. In a certain mountain range, thousands of people were gathered together. They were recuperating and discussing at the same time. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also different. Divine Lord, Paragon God, 9 Heavens Realm. But without exception, when they heard the name Qin Feiyang, their faces changed. Chapter 2637. So there are so many people hiding here. Suddenly, a snicker sounded. Thousands of people were shocked and looked over. They saw a black-clothed youth walk out of the forest. The black-clothed youth had his hands behind his back. His long hair looked like it had been soaked in blood. His eyes were blood red and he gave off a terrifying aura. The youth's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a half-step godlord, but he gave off a great sense of threat. It was like he was a devil. Who are you? A black-haired elder walked out of the thousands of people and frowned as he stared at the black-clothed youth. This person's cultivation was at the perfection 9 Heavens Realm. He was the strongest person here. The black-clothed youth said with a snicker, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that all of you have to die now. All of you have to die." Everyone was shocked. "Kid, are you talking in your sleep? Why don't you look at your cultivation? Any one of us can kill you." A big man sneered. He was at the greater success 9 Heavens Realm and had the right to say that. If it was before, I wouldn't have dared to come out. But now, I'm no longer that despairing youth from the Cloud Mountain village. Hee, Schwelling, kill them all. The black-clothed youth snickered. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura charged out of the black-clothed youth. Then, a blood-red shadow shot out of the black-clothed youth's body and entered the forehead of the big man like a bolt of lightning. With a scream, the big man died on the spot. What? Everyone was shocked. Die. The blood-red shadow suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, it once again entered the black-haired old man's forehead. The black-haired elder screamed and died on the spot. How is this possible? What the hell is that? It can even kill a greater success 9 Heavens Realm and perfection 9 Heavens Realm? No. Look. Their divine souls have disappeared. Their divine souls have disappeared. Yes. They didn't shatter, they disappeared. It seems like they were swallowed by it. A middle-aged man at the initial success 9 Heavens Realm stared at Schwelling in shock. Devouring divine souls? What kind of monster was this? Run. No one knew who it was that let out a terrified roar. Immediately, the thousands of people began to flee in panic. I like the taste of divine souls. Sanguis grinned hideously. Like a ghost, he entered the glabella of the group of people. Screams rang out incessantly. Everyone who fell to the ground had a thumb-sized hole between their eyebrows. Blood flowed out, and their faces were filled with the fear of death. Their divine souls were also devoured by Schwelling. When the black-clothed young man saw this scene, not only did he not have the slightest bit of sympathy, but his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He seemed to be enjoying himself. "Don't kill us. Spare me." At this moment, this place was filled with wails of agony and rivers of blood. In less than 100 breaths, thousands of people had lost their lives. The scene was like hell. Sanguis returned to the black-clothed youth's side and said with a cruel smile, "Kid, hurry up and absorb their flesh and cultivation. After that, we will go to the mysterious heavenly city." "Why are we going to the mysterious heaven ancient city?" The black-clothed youth frowned. "Didn't you hear them say that Qin Feiyang is in the mysterious heavenly city? Don't you want to see him?" Sanguis said. "Qin Dage," the black-clothed youth murmured. However, he suddenly frowned and looked at Sanguis. "That's not right. You should be going for the blood demon tribe." "Haha, you are getting smarter." "That's right. The blood demon tribe, whether it is their flesh, blood, or divine souls, all contain evil energy. They are very helpful to our cultivation. As long as you can devour their cultivation and flesh, I can guarantee that you will definitely step into the 9th heaven realm before returning to the divine land." Sanguis said. Shut up. You can touch anyone, but you cannot touch the blood demon race. Because they are friends with Deity. The black-clothed youth shouted. You are so indecisive. With such a character, even if I give you the supreme demonic book, you won't be able to achieve anything. Sanguis said angrily. I have indeed cultivated the demonic book, but I have not lost my humanity. Deity is my benefactor. I will not touch anyone related to Deity. You better not touch them too. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. The black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. I really have to hand it to you. Fine, I won't touch the blood demon tribe, but it should be fine to kill the beasts here. These ferocious beasts also contain evil energy in their bodies. They are a great supplement for us. Sanguis said helplessly. Beasts as you wish. After the black-clothed youth said that, a bloody aura suddenly emerged from his body and shrouded the surroundings. In just a few breaths, the corpses on the ground turned into white bones. Boom. The black-clothed youth's cultivation instantly stepped into the initial Divine Lord realm. Good, good, good. He has broken through to the initial Divine Lord realm. This speed is faster than I thought. Let's continue. In the Divine Land, we do not dare to kill wantonly because it will cause a commotion. However, in the Nether King's hell, no one will care about us. To you, this place is an inexhaustible treasure. Sanguis laughed maniacally and then disappeared into the black-clothed youth's body. The black-clothed youth smirked and disappeared into the forest ahead. Half a year later. Ancient city of the Nether King. A blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven realm flew to the palace where the Nether King was and said respectfully, Shuegang from the Luotian ancient city wishes to see the Nether King. The Nether King waved his hand and the door opened. Come in. Shuegang walked into the palace and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Nether King. The Nether King asked, why did you come all the way here? Nether King. Something bad has happened in the vicinity of All Heaven Ancient City recently, said the old man. Shuegang said. What bad thing? The Nether King was suspicious. Shuegang said, the beasts were massacred. The Nether King was stunned. Now that humans and dragons have entered the Nether King's hell, it's normal for the beasts to be massacred. If it was just a massacre, we wouldn't be suspicious. However, the strange thing is that the souls and flesh of these beasts have all disappeared. Shuegang said. Disappeared? The Nether King was slightly taken aback. Yes. All that's left are bones. There's no flesh at all. It's as if they were swallowed by something. Shuegang said in a low voice. This, the Nether King frowned. It did sound a little strange. When our city lord found out about this, he immediately asked us to investigate. In the end, we met a human. And this human was devouring the beast's flesh and blood at that time. Shuegang said. What human? The Nether King was surprised. Shuegang waved his hand and a phantom appeared. The Nether King sized up the phantom and frowned. Did you catch him? No. Although this human's cultivation is only at the initial Divine Lord realm, there's a blood shadow hidden in his body. This blood shadow's cultivation is very strong. Even I couldn't stop him and let him escape. Shuegang said. This is strange. The beasts of our Nether King's hell have evil power in their bodies. How can he absorb the beast's flesh and blood? The Nether King frowned. Shuegang said, therefore, we suspect that he can absorb the evil power. Absorb the evil power? The Nether King was shocked. The figures of the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf involuntarily appeared in his mind. However, the phantom in front of him was obviously not the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. This was because the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were currently cultivating in seclusion on the second level. Absorbing the evil power is not a small matter. Therefore, the city lord asked me to report to you. At the same time, ask if you can send the 10 great commanders to All Heaven Ancient City to capture this person. Shuegang said. The Nether King shook his head and said, the 10 great commanders have all gone to Fallen Valley. Gone to Fallen Valley? Shuegang was slightly stunned and frowned. Then what should we do? Don't be anxious. The Nether King pondered for a while and waved his hand. A figure appeared out of thin air in the main hall. It was Qin Fei Yang. Qin Feiyang was still a little dumbfounded when he was suddenly brought to the first level. The Nether King pointed at the phantom and asked, "Brother Qin, do you know this person?" There was a trace of suspicion on Qin Feiyang's face. When he looked in the direction the Nether King was pointing at, his expression immediately stiffened. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, the Nether King and Shui Gang exchanged glances. They already had an answer in their hearts. They definitely knew him. Qin Feiyang looked at the phantom and nodded. "I know him." "Then who is he?" Shui Gang asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Shui Gang suspiciously and asked, "You are?" "He is from All Heaven Ancient City. His name is Shui Gang." The Nether King introduced him. He then looked at Shui Gang and said, "Tell Brother Qin the situation in detail." "Yes." Shui Gang nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "During this period of time, this person has been wantonly slaughtering the beasts in our All Heaven Ancient City." A moment later, Shui Gang finally finished. Qin Feiyang also frowned. The Nether King asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, who exactly is he? Why can he also absorb the power of evil?" "He is a child I met in the Divine Land. His name is Li Feng. I remember when I first met him, he was just a beginner god of war. However, I didn't expect him to break through to become a beginner god so quickly. I think this should have something to do with him devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures." Qin Feiyang sighed. Back then, he was worried that Li Feng, who was drowned in hatred, might take an extreme path. He didn't expect his worries to come true. "Then what is your relationship with him?" the Nether King asked. "Although I helped him out of sympathy, I already treat him as a younger brother in my heart. At that time, I wanted him to stay by my side, but he left without a word. The last time I saw him was before I entered the Nether King's hell. And he was the first person to enter the Nether King's hell. As for why he can absorb the power of evil, I really don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Originally, he was quite worried about Li Feng's situation. Alone in the Nether King's hell, he had no backing and his cultivation was weak. However, who would have thought that the Nether King's hell would become Li Feng's hunting ground? Chapter 2638. King Yu and Shui Gang looked at each other. It seemed that their relationship wasn't bad. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and asked, "Did he harm your people?" "No. Every time he sees the blood demon race, he will immediately flee," Shui Gang said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Feng had also massacred the blood demon race, this matter would be difficult to handle. After all, his relationship with the blood demon race was obvious. "Brother Qin, since you know him, why don't you make a trip to Luotian Ancient City with me? Although he hasn't attacked the blood demon race now, there's no guarantee that he won't do so in the future. If we don't figure out his position, we won't be at ease." Shui Gang looked at Qin Feiyang with a pleading look. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Shui Gang looked at King Yu. "Brother Qin, Luotian Ancient City isn't far from King Yu Ancient City. It will take at most a month's journey. If you have time, you can go and take a look," King Yu said. "Actually, there's no need for me to make this trip." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean?" King Yu and Shui Gang looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and said, "Go back now. When you find him, tell him that I'm waiting for him in King Yu Ancient City." "Will he come?" Shui Gang was slightly stunned and asked. "He will definitely come." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right." Shui Gang nodded and looked at King Yu. He bowed and said, "Lord, I'll go back first." "Go ahead." King Yu waved his hand. After Shui Gang left, Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu and apologized. "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's nothing to kill some beasts. However, it's definitely not appropriate to kill them wantonly. My blood demon race can't sit back and do nothing. After all, the blood demon race is the ruler of hell. These beasts are considered my subjects. I hope you can understand." King Yu said. "I can understand. I will make him stop killing." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Ghost King smiled. This little fellow was different from other humans. She was considerate and reasonable. Returning to the second floor, Qin Feiyang continued to cultivate. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Qin Feiyang and Madman stepped into the initial stage of the Nine Heavens realm. As for the white-eyed wolf, he had already broken through to the initial Nine Heavens stage before Shuegang arrived. Little Qin Zi, do you think there are any changes to the time laws in the castle and the Black Tortoise world? There's also the pill scripture. What pill recipes are on the next page? The white-eyed wolf opened his eyes and asked Qin Feiyang. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Even though the seal of the ancient castle would be unlocked once he broke through to the Nine Heavens realm, he was still unable to enter the ancient castle. Therefore, there was no way to know what would happen inside. Wait. When the two fighting souls destroyed the power of the rules, did you feel any change in the rules? For example, the restriction on you disappearing? Madman asked. I didn't feel it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It seems like even if we can block the power of the rules, we won't be able to remove the restriction on us. Madman shook his head regretfully. I think only the ice dragon can break the restriction of the rules. Qin Feiyang said. This beast, I will skin it alive sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Skin it alive? That won't be an easy task. Madman shook his head and smiled. I will be able to do it one day. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. We will follow you then. Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang said, all right, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's continue with our cultivation. The white-eyed wolf asked, are you really not going to take a look at Li Feng? He will come to the ancient king city. We will just wait for him here. Qin Feiyang then closed his eyes and continued to refine the soul stone. One day later, he calculated that to break through to the initial Nine Heaven realm, he would need to refine around 3,300 soulstones in a day. To break through to the initial Nine Heaven realm, he would need to refine 200 billion soulstones. After careful calculation, it would take more than 166,000 years. 166,000 soulstones. That was too terrifying. To Qin Feiyang, that was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, he was in the ancient king city and there was a 500-year time array. 500 years in a day, 5,000 years in 10 days, 50,000 years in 100 days, 300 days would be 150,000 years. 160,000 soulstones would be more than 6,000 soulstones, which was a matter of 300 days. To others, the greatest temptation of the Nether King's hell was the various heaven-defying treasures. But to Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the white-eyed wolf, the time array was the most tempting thing. If there were no accidents, they would stay here and cultivate until the Nether King's hell closed. Another month passed by. Shuegang came to the ancient king city again. The Nether King immediately called Qin Feiyang out from the second floor. Where is Li Feng? Qin Feiyang looked outside and looked at Shuegang suspiciously. He didn't come. Shuegang shook his head. He didn't come? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was too unexpected. Yes. I found him and told him exactly what you said. But he said that he didn't want to see you. He also asked me to tell you not to interfere in his matters in the future. He even warned us that if we dared to look for him again, he wouldn't be polite to the blood demon race. Shuegang was helpless. Presumptuous. I didn't give the order to kill him because of Brother Qin. He actually dares to threaten us? The Nether King was furious. Sigh. Shuegang sighed and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether King and then asked Shuegang, where is Li Feng now? I don't know. Ever since I saw him that time, he never appeared in the vicinity of Luotian ancient city. Shuegang shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Had Li Feng really become a demon? I guess he won't continue to stay in the vicinity of Luotian ancient city. After all, he might be afraid that you'll look for him personally. The Nether King said. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang and asked, when was the last time you saw him? Shuegang said, the first day I came to the Nether King ancient city. It took me 33 days to get there, which is 34 days ago. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, then I'll accompany you to Luotian ancient city. He has already left. What's the use of going there now? Shuegang was doubtful. He shouldn't have gone far in 34 days. Along the way, he might continue to hunt beasts. We can slowly find him through these traces. Qin Feiyang said. All right then. Shuegang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether King and said, Senior Nether King, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. Don't worry. The Nether King smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Shuegang. Let's go. Shuegang immediately swept Qin Feiyang up and turned around to leave the palace. Just as they left the palace, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and asked, Shuegang, do you have a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art? Yes. Shuegang nodded. Then you can use an auxiliary divine art to travel. This will save you a lot of time. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. After Shuegang finished speaking, he took Qin Feiyang with him. With a mysterious step, they disappeared from the city like lightning. Divine arts were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, perfect, pinnacle, teleportation, and supreme-grade. In other words, a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art could increase a person's speed by 7 times. It took Shuegang 33 days to get to the Nether King ancient city. It would take less than 5 days to return now. After traveling without stopping, the two finally arrived outside Luotian ancient city on the evening of the 4th day. The Luotian ancient city was about the same size as the mysterious sky ancient city. There were also tens of thousands of blood demons in the city. Most of them were below the peak 9 heavens realm. You're Qin Feiyang? A skinny giant that was 50 meters tall flew out of the city and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? The giant said, I'm the city lord of Luotian ancient city. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, So it's senior city lord. Nice to meet you. I've heard of Brother Qin's name a long time ago. Not only did you help take back the mysterious sky ancient city, but you also killed the princess of the dragons in the giant dragon mountain range. The city lord of Luotian city smiled. You're welcome. I'm just an outsider. It's all thanks to the protection of the blood demon tribe that I'm where I am today. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. City lord, Brother Qin, can you not be so polite? It looks weird. Shuegang was speechless. Haha, the city lord of Luotian city laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Shuegang is right. Since you're a friend of the blood demon tribe, there's no need for us to be so polite. Qin Feiyang smiled. The city lord of Luotian city retreated to the side and said with a smile, Let's talk inside the city. Qin Feiyang glanced at Luotian ancient city and said, Senior city lord, Shuegang has already told me everything on the way. There's no time to lose. I want to start looking for Li Feng's traces now. The city lord of Luotian city was stunned and smiled. Brother Qin is really a swift and decisive person. All right, Shuegang, from now on, follow Brother Qin closely. Assist him and protect him. Yes. Shuegang nodded. King Yu had already ordered that Qin Feiyang was a member of the blood demon tribe, so he definitely couldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to King Yu. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang and said, Take me to the place where you met last time. All right. Shuegang nodded and brought Qin Feiyang with him as they flew northwest outside the city. Straightforward and direct, humble and polite to others. Not bad. Really not bad. King Yu didn't make a mistake. The city lord of Luotian city looked at Qin Feiyang's back and nodded with a smile. About 4 hours passed. The sky had already turned completely dark. The evil moon emitted a hazy blood-red light, covering the entire world with a layer of blood-red veil. Under Shuegang's lead, Qin Feiyang landed in a desolate forest. However, the desolate forest was in ruins and full of devastation. There were also the bones of ferocious beasts everywhere. Some of the bones were bigger than mountains. Under the illumination of the evil moon, they looked a little eerie and bone-chilling. Look, this is Li Feng's masterpiece. Shuegang pointed at the bones with a gloomy expression. Chapter 2639. Qin Feiyang frowned. There were at least 200 to 300 white bones on the ground. There is something else that is even more unbelievable. You should still remember that when I first came to the ancient city of Qingyu, I said that Li Feng's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. However, when I returned from the ancient city of Qingyu and saw him again, he had already broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. Shuegang said in a low voice. He broke through so quickly? Are you sure you did not see wrongly? Qin Feiyang was shocked. I am at the perfected Nine Heavens realm. How can I be wrong about his cultivation level? Shuegang said. This is indeed unbelievable. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be that the change in Li Feng's cultivation level was related to the absorption of the flesh and blood of these beasts? Absorbing the flesh and blood of living creatures to strengthen himself? I am worried that if we allow him to continue his unscrupulous massacre, the beasts of hell will become extinct. Shuegang was worried. I will not give him this chance. Qin Feiyang waved his hands. Just as Qingyu said, he did not issue a kill order for Li Feng on account of Shuegang. Therefore, he had to stop Li Feng. He could not let Li Feng become the enemy of the Blood Demon tribe. The Blood Demon tribe was very powerful. If Li Feng really angered Qingyu, then only death would await him when the time came. Shush! Suddenly, 3,000 clones appeared. Oh! Shuegang was shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3,000 clones and said, split up and look for traces left behind by Li Feng. No problem. The 3,000 clones smiled and immediately dispersed, disappearing in all directions. Brother Qin, they are? Shuegang was bewildered. Why did these clones seem to have self-consciousness? They are not clones. They are formed by one of my divine arts. Qin Feiyang smiled. Formed by a divine art? Shuegang was stunned. Even if they were formed by a divine art, they should not have self-consciousness. Qin Feiyang did not explain further. He said, let's look around. Okay. Shuegang nodded. An hour later. Within the radius of tens of millions of miles, Qin Feiyang and Ji Hao had searched everywhere, but they didn't find a single skeleton. He didn't slaughter anyone else. Doesn't that mean we won't be able to track them? Shuegang frowned. There's no rush. Let's wait for news from the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Whoosh! An unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a clone flew over at lightning speed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I found something. Follow me. Go. Qin Feiyang immediately called out to Shuegang, and his avatar quickly disappeared into the night sky. Late at night, the entire mountain fell into a dead silence. Even the roars of ferocious beasts were hard to hear. Above a plain, 3 figures broke through the air and landed in the center of the plain. They were Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The plains were overgrown with shrubs. More than a dozen skeletons were lying beside one of the shrub. Furthermore, these bones belonged to humans. They look very similar to those ferocious beasts. Could it be Li Feng's doing? Shuegang was surprised. Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed even tighter. Not only did he slaughter ferocious beasts, but he also slaughtered humans. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to believe that this was Li Feng's doing. But besides Li Feng, who else could it be? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and dispersed his 3,000 incarnations. Then, he released his divine sense, which spread out in all directions. Soon, he found a large number of skeletons in the southwest direction. Let's go. Qin Feiyang brought Shuegang out of the plain and into the mountains. Not long after, white skeletons came into sight. There were those of ferocious beasts and humans. They were all over the place. Looking around, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Shuegang said angrily, without a doubt, this must be Li Feng's doing. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked in the southwest direction, saying, he went in this direction. How do you know? Shuegang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, it's easy to judge because I didn't find any skeletons in other directions. Yes. Let's follow these skeletons and search. We will definitely find him. However, why didn't we find any skeletons in the previous area? After Shuegang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. This Li Feng is smart. He was afraid that someone would track him, so he didn't slaughter the ferocious beasts in that area. After all, once he slaughtered them, it would be easier to track him down. Qin Feiyang said. Shuegang said, but he was still a little careless and didn't know to destroy these skeletons. Is there any use in destroying them? Look, along the way, there are traces of battle everywhere. Even if he destroyed these skeletons, he couldn't completely erase the traces. Moreover, I'm guessing that he didn't expect us to persevere and search so far. Let's go. Track him down as fast as possible, Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Shuegang swept Qin Feiyang up and activated the supreme level auxiliary divine technique once more. They rushed toward the southwest. Along the way, they encountered too many skeletons. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. On the second day, they even encountered a few thousand skeletons. Without exception, all of them were flesh and blood. On the fifth day, Qin Feiyang and Shuegang discovered a few hundred more skeletons. Who is it? However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and looked at a mountain peak not far away. Someone is there. Shuegang looked over in surprise. I saw a black shadow just now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be Li Feng? Shuegang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed over there. Qin Feiyang also released his divine sense and rushed over. Soon, in a forest, he saw a large black-robed man madly fleeing. He had a half-step divine lord cultivation. Whoosh! About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang and Shuegang stood in front of the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw this, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Qin Feiyang, I beg you, please don't kill me, am I that scary? Qin Feiyang was speechless. As soon as the black-robed man saw him, he ran for his life. I'm just a nobody. I'm worthless. It's meaningless for you to kill me, the black-robed man lowered his head and begged. Shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll really kill you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The black-robed man trembled and immediately fell silent. Let me ask you. What's with those white bones? Qin Feiyang asked. When the black-robed man heard the mention of white bones, he immediately trembled again. His face turned pale as though he had seen a devil. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-robed man hurriedly said, a young man did it. A young man. Qin Feiyang frowned. With a wave of his hand, divine power appeared and condensed into Li Feng's figure. Is it him? The black-robed man looked up and shouted in horror. Yes, it's him, it's him, it's him. It's really Li Feng. Shuegang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-robed man and asked, when did this happen? Just last night. He suddenly appeared here and killed all of us. What's more terrifying is that he has something called a blood spirit with him. This blood spirit is extremely ferocious. Every time it kills someone, it will devour their divine soul. And those people's flesh and blood were all devoured by Li Feng. The black-robed man said in horror. Blood spirit. Devour divine souls. Qin Feiyang and Shuegang looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Brother Qin, swallowing a divine soul is an utterly devoid of conscience. The most important thing is, why did this blood spirit devour everyone's divine souls? Could it be that divine souls can make them stronger? Shuegang said. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang, then looked at the black-robed man and said, how did you escape? At that time, I just came back from outside. When I saw Li Feng slaughtering everyone, I immediately hid and was lucky to escape. The black-robed man said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then why haven't you left yet? I don't dare. This Nether King's hell is too dangerous. I don't dare to run around alone. So I planned to stay here and see if I could meet someone else, then we could leave together. But I didn't expect that the person I waited for would be you. Qin Feiyang, can you let me go? I'm really just a nobody. I don't want to die. I want to return to the divine land alive and reunite with my family. I really regret coming to the Nether King's hell. The black-robed man cried with snot and tears, his face full of regret. Qin Feiyang said, if you want to return to the divine land alive, then go to the mythical square. The mythical square. The black-robed man was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, The passage out of the Nether King's hell is at the mythical square. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. The black-robed man was grateful. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did Li Feng go after slaughtering everyone last night? Southwest. The black-robed man said. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang and said. Okay. Shuegang nodded and led Qin Feiyang back the way they came. After the two left, the black-robed man slowly got up. The fear from before had disappeared, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The mythical square, after muttering, the black-robed man flew in the opposite direction. Back to Qin Feiyang and Shuegang. Soon, they returned to the sky where the bones were. Qin Feiyang looked down at the bones, then retracted his gaze and looked to the southwest. Shuegang did not stop. He swept across the sky and went straight to the southwest. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and shouted, Shuegang, wait. Shuegang was stunned and quickly stopped in the air. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang did not answer. He lowered his head and looked at the bones again. The surprise in his eyes was even stronger. Following that, he silently landed in front of the bones and carefully examined them. Then, he looked at the traces of battle on the ground. Shuegang was puzzled at first, but when he followed Qin Feiyang to the bones, he quickly saw the clues. There was not even a speck of dust on these bones. This was obviously unreasonable. If these people were really killed last night, then after this night, there should be some dust on the bones. After all, there was a battle here. Moreover, the traces of battle on the ground were also brand new. The traces of battle, even if only one night had passed, would have obvious changes. For example, soil and water. And the traces of battle here seemed to have just happened. Chapter 2640. Go back. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang was also a smart person. When he noticed these abnormalities, he realized that he had been fooled by the black-clothed man. Whoosh. At that moment, he used the supreme-level auxiliary technique and brought Qin Feiyang to the sky above the forest. No one. He must have left. Shuegang lowered his head and scanned the forest. He can't run away in such a short time. Use your divine sense to search. Qin Feiyang said. Shuegang nodded and his divine sense rolled out. The divine sense of a perfection ninth heaven realm could cover hundreds of millions of miles. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain in the distance, the black-clothed man was flying while scanning below as if looking for prey. Qin Feiyang is just SOSO. He was so easily fooled by us. Suddenly, a bloody shadow appeared from the black-clothed man's body, his words full of disdain. Shut up. Don't slander Qin Dage. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold as he turned to look at the bloody shadow and shouted. He has already come to kill you personally. Why are you still so protective of him? Kid, is there something wrong with your head? The bloody shadow said angrily. Kill me, the black-clothed man murmured and shook his head. I don't believe that he is here to kill me. Kid, don't be stupid. In your heart, you treat him as a big brother, but in his heart, you are just a pitiful worm. The bloody shadow sneered. Whatever you say, I don't believe it. The black-clothed man shook his head. Idiot. The bloody shadow snorted. Boom. It was also at this moment. A terrifying divine sense surged over. The black-clothed man and the bloody shadow were shocked. Not good, run. The bloody shadow immediately rushed into the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man also immediately fled frantically. Stop right now. But at the same time, an angry roar rolled over. The black-clothed man's body trembled and involuntarily stopped. Why did you stop? Waiting for death. You think he'll let you go? Blood Shadow's roar immediately rang out in the black-clothed man's mind. Following closely, the black-clothed man lost control of his body and fled at high speed. Furthermore, his speed had increased by countless times. Don't control my body, the black-clothed man shouted angrily. With your speed, do you think you can escape? Blood Shadow remained indifferent and continued to control the black-clothed man's body to flee. Whoosh. Very soon, The two auras quickly approached. The masters of these two auras were Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang. His speed can actually reach the great circle of the nine heavens realm. There is indeed something wrong with him, Shui Gang said solemnly. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the man in black. His eyes flickered as he asked, "Can you catch up with him?" "Of course." Shui Gang nodded confidently. Using his supreme-grade auxiliary divine art, he continued to close the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Jejia, but at this moment, the black-clothed man also took a mysterious step. His speed suddenly increased, and he was actually not any slower than Shui Gang. What? He also mastered a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art? Shui Gang was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes also sank slightly. Looking at the black-clothed man, he shouted, "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You want me to stop and I will stop. Who do you think you are?" A sinister laugh sounded. "This is Blood Spirit's voice," Shui Gang exclaimed. "Blood Spirit?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at Shui Gang, he asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The last time I found them, I even exchanged a few moves with Blood Spirit." Shui Gang nodded. "In that case, it is Blood Spirit who is controlling his body. It seems that it is indeed as I thought. He is Li Feng." Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man's back again. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. "He is Li Feng?" Shui Gang was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, "Li Feng, didn't you see that Qin Feiyang personally came to find you? Why are you still running?" However, Li Feng didn't stop. Because right now, his body was completely out of his control. Moreover, the current him didn't seem to want to face Qin Feiyang. Perhaps because of the massacre of beasts and humans, he felt that he didn't have the face to face Qin Feiyang anymore. In short, now that he saw Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel guilty. The two sides, one in front and one behind, continued to chase. Unknowingly, night fell. When night falls, let's see how you can escape. Shui Gang snorted coldly. After a day of chasing, he didn't feel tired at all. Because as a blood demon, he could absorb the evil force anytime and anywhere to replenish his consumed divine power. As for Qin Feiyang, along the way, he didn't need to do anything at all. He just needed to refine the evil force that entered his body. His mental state was naturally needless to say. Roar. Shui Gang let out a beast-like roar and his body began to transform. In just a blink of an eye, his body was more than 300 meters tall. His whole body was covered with blood-red hair, just like a giant beast. After transforming, Shui Gang's speed increased by another level. "Not good," Shui Ling exclaimed. Swish. The next moment, Shui Gang left Qin Feiyang behind and streaked across the sky like lightning, blocking in front of Li Feng. Shui Ling controlled Li Feng's body and immediately turned in the air, preparing to escape to the back. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang at the back, he panicked and turned to the left to escape. Still not stopping, Shui Gang was furious and his divine power roared in all directions. A gigantic divine power barrier descended with a loud rumble, and Li Feng was immediately imprisoned within it. "Li Feng, what should we do?" Shui Ling panicked. "How would I know?" Li Feng said angrily. Qin Feiyang stepped into the boundary and stopped in front of Li Feng. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You even dare to tease me. Let's talk nicely." Li Feng opened his mouth, but it was Shui Ling's figure. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Get out of his body, don't be too arrogant. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. If you have the ability, tell the blood demon tribe not to interfere. Watch how I kill you." Shui Ling sneered. "Shui Gang." Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and raised his head to look at Shui Gang. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Understood." Shui Gang nodded, his eyes surging with bloody light. He raised his giant hand and slapped at Li Feng. "Li Feng, did you see that? He's here to kill you. To think that you still treat him as your big brother. You're really blind." Shui Ling roared. Li Feng said, "Get out of my body. Let me talk to him." Still not giving up. "Good, good, good. Let's see what good you can come up with." Shui Ling exasperatedly came out of Li Feng's body. Seeing this, Shuegang immediately changed his target and slapped at Xueling bastard. Xueling roared in anger. At the same time, Li Feng stepped in front of Xueling and shouted, "Don't hurt him." Shuegang raised his brows. His giant hand stopped above Li Feng's head and he couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and Xueling in silence. Li Feng also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, I beg you. Don't hurt Xueling." Qin Feiyang still did not say a word. Li Feng was burning with anxiety. With a plop, he knelt in the air and said, "I'll kneel and beg you." "Is that not enough? Kneel and beg me?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his face full of disappointment. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you've forgotten what I told you." "I haven't forgotten. You once said that I can't kneel to others easily." Li Feng lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then why are you kneeling and begging me now?" "Because I respect you. Because you're my benefactor. You deserve me to kneel." Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang said, "Since you respect me, why lie to me? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Li Feng stammered, his face was full of guilt. "Take this." Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and threw it to Li Feng. Li Feng caught the facial restoration pill, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and put it in his mouth. Soon, his face was restored. "Speak. Why did you lie to me?" Qin Feiyang said. Li Feng acted very timid, like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid of being punished by an adult. "Speak." Qin Feiyang shouted. Li Feng quivered and shouted, "I don't have the face to see you, okay? Why don't you have the face to see me?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I slaughtered the Nether King and Hell's creatures. I failed to live up to your expectations." Li Feng lowered his head and said guiltily. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then tell me, what did I expect from you?" "Work hard to become stronger." Li Feng said. "Wrong." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Wrong." Li Feng was slightly stunned. He gathered his courage and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "My expectation for you is that you can live a peaceful life and continue the legacy of Cloud Mountain Village, not to let you be blinded by hatred. And not to let you do whatever it takes to increase your strength." Qin Feiyang said. "So this is your expectation for me? I thought you wanted me to become stronger and wanted me to take revenge for Cloud Mountain Village with my own hands. If you do this, what's the difference between me and a useless person?" Li Feng roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng deeply and said, "The hatred of Cloud Mountain Village has long been settled." "No." Li Feng shouted and slowly got up. His face looked extremely ferocious as he stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "This blood debt is not over yet. Only by slaughtering all the dragons will the undead of Cloud Mountain Village rest in peace." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I will deal with the dragons. You don't need to take the risk." "Risk? Don't make it sound so nice. I think in your heart, you think I'm overestimating myself. Let me tell you, I must destroy the dragons with my own hands, no matter the cost. And now you've disappointed me. I always thought that you gave me the pill to unlock the door of potential because you understand me and support me. But I didn't expect that you want me to live an ordinary life, to be a weak and useless person. Sorry, I can't do it." Li Feng grinned. "I gave you the pill to unlock the door of potential to give you the ability to create a better life, not for you to take revenge. Besides, isn't an ordinary life good? Does being ordinary mean being weak and useless? I have always wanted this kind of life, but for me, it's an extravagant hope. And you have this opportunity, why don't you cherish it?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "I don't need this kind of opportunity, and I don't need this kind of life. It's impossible for me to forget the hatred. I will never be able to do it. Unless you kill me now." Li Feng looked straight at Qin Feiyang. There was no longer fear in his eyes, only unwillingness and unwillingness. Chapter 2641. "All right. I'll kill you so that you won't continue to wreak havoc in hell." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Li Feng. Murderous aura erupted from his body. The entire area seemed to have sunk into an ocean of murderous aura. Li Feng couldn't help but tremble. After slaughtering countless living beings, the murderous aura he emitted was terrifying enough. However, facing Qin Feiyang, he realized that his murderous aura was nothing. "You're afraid? Then what courage do you have to face the dragons that even I fear?" Qin Feiyang shouted. I'm not afraid." Li Feng roared stubbornly. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and grabbed Li Feng's neck. His eyes were as cold as an emotionless, cold-blooded creature. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, Li Feng was even more terrified. He had no doubt that if he dared to be stubborn again, Qin Feiyang would really kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sanguis hastily shouted, "Qin Feiyang, what good will it do you to kill him?" Qin Feiyang turned to Sanguis and said, "Then let me ask you, what good will it do you to keep him alive?" Sanguis stuttered. "Why did you get close to Li Feng? Why did you teach him such a cultivation method? What exactly is your purpose?" Qin Feiyang threw out one question after another, causing Sanguis to panic. "If you don't tell me, I can assure you that you won't live to see the sun rise tomorrow," Qin Feiyang said coldly. Sanguis panicked and said, "The dragons are also my enemies. That's why I helped him and nurtured him." "Then who are you?" Qin Feiyang asked. Sanguis replied, "I'm just a wandering ghost." "A wandering ghost?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Fine, I'll turn you into a true wandering ghost right now. Shuegang, do it." Shuegang's gigantic hand immediately descended and grabbed Sanguis. "Qin Feiyang, you can't do this. This is my personal matter. What does it have to do with you?" Li Feng roared, struggling with all his might. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He never imagined that Li Feng would say such words. "Are you my parents?" "You're not. You and I are just strangers who met on the road. What right do you have to meddle in my business?" Li Feng shouted. "Strangers meeting each other," Qin Feiyang murmured. After a long time, he turned to look at Li Feng and shook his head. "Yeah, what relationship do I have with you that I need to take care of you like this? Don't joke around. You call this caring? You're ruining my future," Li Feng roared. All right. This is all my fault. I was too nosy. I'm just full and have nothing better to do." Qin Feiyang nodded and released Li Feng. His face regained its usual calmness and there was no longer any sympathy. In fact, he really liked Li Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Li Feng the elixir to unlock his potential. However, he never expected that what he got in return was Li Feng's abuse and resentment. That's right. He brought this upon himself. Sometimes, being a good person might not bring about good returns. It could be said that Li Feng's words made Qin Feiyang give up completely. Originally, he wanted to bring Li Feng to the ancient city of Qingyu to apologize to Qingyu and then enter the time array to cultivate. But now, there was no need for that. Looking at Li Feng again, after Qin Feiyang released him, he immediately ran to Xueling's side. His blood-red eyes were filled with hostility. "Qin Feiyang, let us go. We only killed some beasts and humans. We didn't hurt your interests. We didn't hurt the people around you. Take the Blood Demon tribe as an example. Originally, I wanted to attack the Blood Demon tribe, but Li Feng didn't agree. He said that the Blood Demon tribe is your friend and I can't touch them. You can imagine how much Li Feng cares about you. Why bother?" Xueling sighed. "Don't ask him. Anyway, my life was saved by him. Now that he wants it back, I'll return it to him," Li Feng said in a deep voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? You only have one life. Don't you understand?" Xueling said angrily. "Instead of begging for mercy without dignity, it's better to die." Li Feng snorted. Qin Feiyang took a glance at Sanguis before he shook his head at Li Feng and said, "Although I am the one who saved you, I don't need you to return it to me. Your life is worthless to me. However, you have to pay the price for doing wrong." Xueling became nervous upon hearing this. Who in the Divine Land didn't know that this was the sentence that Qin Feiyang said the most? As long as this sentence came out, it meant that Qin Feiyang was really angry. At the same time, he also knew that he had completely given up on Li Feng. "Qin Feiyang, let's talk nicely. I'll ask Li Feng to apologize to you. We promise that we won't kill the beasts of the Nether King's hell anymore. Please give us a way out. Xueling begged. Qin Feiyang looked at Xueling coldly before he turned around and looked at the night sky. He said indifferently, Xuegang, you deal with them. Deal with them? Xuegang was stunned. After all, the Blood Demon tribe is the ruler of the Nether King's hell. Since they killed the beasts of the Nether King's hell, they should be dealt with by the Blood Demon tribe. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Xueling roared, Qin Feiyang, don't be like this. I swear, okay? I won't kill any more beasts of the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to Xueling. Xuegang looked at Li Feng and Xueling and couldn't help but frown. However, Li Feng's expression didn't change. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of death. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. After an unknown amount of time, Xuegang looked at Qin Feiyang and loosened his grip on Xueling. He said, remember your promise. Don't kill any more beasts. Get lost. Huh? Xueling was stunned. Li Feng actually let them go? He thought that they would die without a doubt. Thank you. When Xueling came back to his senses, he quickly thanked Xuegang and rushed into Li Feng's body. He urged, hurry up and leave. Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang's back deeply before he turned around and disappeared into the night sky. Xuegang watched the two of them disappear and returned to his original state. He walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sighed, you must be very sad to be spoken to like that by someone you regard as your younger brother. It's all right. Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to look at Xuegang. He smiled faintly and said, you, on the other hand, surprised me. You actually let them go. Aren't I giving you face? I only hope that they can keep their promise. Otherwise, don't blame the Blood Demon tribe for being ruthless. Xuegang said. Giving me face, doesn't that mean that I owe the Blood Demon tribe another favor? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to owe this favor. Because he no longer had any hope for Li Feng. We're all family. What's there to talk about favors? Let's go. Follow me to Luotian Ancient City. Our city lord has a lot of good wine hidden away. Xuegang chuckled. Huh? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, the Blood Demon tribe also knows how to brew wine? Of course. Xuegang nodded. Then, can I drink it? You must know that everything in the Nether King's hell is related to the evil force. Qin Feiyang said. Xuegang was stunned and shook his head, I have never thought about this. Why don't we go and try it first? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. But just after Qin Feiyang and Xuegang left, a middle-aged man in black clothes walked out from the darkness. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. The middle-aged man smiled and muttered, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Immediately, the middle-aged man followed. On the other side, Li Feng stopped at the peak of a mountain with his head lowered. His face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, the resentment in his heart hadn't dissipated. What's wrong? Xueling appeared and asked suspiciously. I just can't accept it. Why can he deal with the dragons unscrupulously and let me be a trash and live an ordinary life? In his eyes, am I so unbearable? Li Feng said angrily. To be honest, this Qin Feiyang is really good to you. Because sometimes, living an ordinary life isn't necessarily a bad thing. Xueling pondered for a while and sighed. You're still speaking up for him? Li Feng glared at Xueling. Don't be so agitated. I'm just judging the matter as it is. But for someone your age, you shouldn't be able to understand these things. Xueling said. I don't understand. But I know that revenge must be taken. Li Feng said. It's good to take revenge. But to be honest, you shouldn't have fallen out with Qin Feiyang. Xueling shook his head. He already treated me like this. Should I continue to suck up to him? Li Feng looked at Xueling angrily. You're a typical example of being swayed by your emotions. Do you know? This Qin Feiyang is a very reliable backing for you. If you can grow under his protection, your cultivation path will definitely be unimpeded in the future. Take the current situation for example. With his relationship with the Blood Demon tribe, it is enough to bring you great benefits. Unfortunately, because of your rashness, You missed this opportunity. Xueling shook his head in pity. I don't regret it. If he can do it, why can't I? Don't tell me that Qin Feiyang is the only genius in this world. I want him to see with his own eyes that even without his help, I can rely on my own ability to reach the pinnacle of my life. I, Li Feng, am not inferior to him. Li Feng roared. You're so confident. Xueling was surprised. Yen. Li Feng nodded. Great. Since you have such fighting spirit, I will not hold back to help you in the future, Xueling said. How? You've already promised them that you won't slaughter the beasts here. Li Feng frowned. What's the point of a promise? Besides, isn't there a large number of humans here? The Blood Demon tribe won't interfere if we slaughter those humans, right? Xueling laughed. Yes. We will slaughter the humans. Anyway, the Blood Demon tribe is also giving orders to hunt them down. Speaking of which, we can be considered as helping the Blood Demon tribe. Li Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. There are a lot of people entering the Nether King's hell this time. If you can kill them all and absorb their cultivation and flesh, then you will definitely have no problem stepping into the ninth heaven realm. Xueling smiled seductively. When Li Feng heard this, he urged, then let's start quickly. He. Xueling immediately went into Li Feng's body. Li Feng also jumped down from the mountain peak and disappeared into the mountains below. Chapter 2642. A few days later, Qin Feiyang and Xue Gang slowly returned to Luotian ancient city. There was nothing urgent, so there was no need to rush. Qin Feiyang also took the opportunity to appreciate the scenery of hell. When they entered Luotian ancient city, the Luotian city lord personally came to welcome them. Xue Gang didn't hide anything and told the Luotian city lord about the release of Li Feng and Xueling. After the Luotian city lord heard about it, he didn't blame him. Hence, the Luotian city lord began to arrange a banquet. When it came to good wine, the Luotian city lord wasn't stingy. However, when the wine and dishes were placed on the table, Qin Feiyang was extremely speechless. The dining table was a few 100 feet wide. The dishes on the table were even more exaggerated. For example, one of the dishes was a piece of barbecue, but that barbecue was bigger than an ordinary house. The wine jars that the Luotian city lord took out were also extremely large and one could take a bath in them. Brother Qin, please understand. After all, we are bigger in size. The things we use and eat are definitely different from you humans. The Luotian city lord laughed. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The dishes were very tempting and the wine was very fragrant, but none of them could be eaten by Qin Feiyang. Because these dishes and wine all contained evil power. But it was hard to refuse. Qin Feiyang also tasted them one by one. Anyway, swallowing a little bit of evil power wouldn't kill him. At most, it would take some time to refine it. At this time, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but envy the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. These two guys could absorb the evil power. Even if they ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of wine, it wouldn't have any effect. Very soon. Half a month passed. Qin Feiyang learned that Luotian ancient city also had a time array and it was the same as the mysterious sky ancient city, 200 years in a day. He couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. In the outside world, it was difficult to find a time array even if you risked your life. But in hell, it felt like it was overflowing. The most helpless thing was, if these time arrays were placed outside, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. However, the blood demons did not think much of it at all. They felt that it was not worth as much as a jar of wine. Comparisons are odious. This sentence was indeed true. After staying in the Luotian ancient city for half a month, Qin Feiyang prepared to set off and return to the ancient city of Qingyu. After all, he still had to cultivate and couldn't delay it for too long. Early morning. Outside the city gates. Brother Qin, since you insist on leaving, I won't force you. However, if you have the chance in the future, you must come to Luotian ancient city again. The doors of all heaven ancient city will always be open for you. The Luotian city lord smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing opposite him. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him sincerely. The longer he interacted with the blood demon race, the more favorable his impression of them became. That was because the blood demons were all very straightforward and never played any tricks. His attitude towards people was also quite friendly. But in advance, you must obtain the blood demon race's approval. Now that he thought about it, the dragons were really stupid back then. If the dragons could put down their pride and be on good terms with the blood demon race when they first entered the Nether King's hell, they definitely wouldn't be in such a situation now. However, it was almost impossible for the dragons to put down their pride and be on good terms. After all, the dragons' style had always been that they were invincible and no matter who it was, they would have to submit to them. The Luotian city lord smiled and looked at Shuegang. It's better for you to escort Brother Qin. You don't have to escort Brother Qin safely to the ancient city of King Yu. Yes. Shuegang nodded. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said, Senior City Lord, there's no need for that, right? No need. The Luotian City Lord was stunned. Who in the blood demon race doesn't know about my relationship with you? Even those beasts definitely know about it. Hence, there's no need for Shuegang to make this trip. I can go back by myself. Qin Feiyang said. That won't do. Although the blood demon race and the beasts in hell won't hurt you, don't forget that there are still many humans in hell. I heard that there are many humans who want to get rid of you. What if you meet them? Hence, Shuegang must escort you all the way back to the ancient city of King Yu. The Luotian city lord said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment before he turned to look at Shuegang and said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you. What's there to trouble me about? Shuegang waved his hand. Then let's set off. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Luotian city lord. He cupped his hands and said, Senior City Lord, I hope to see you again. I hope to see you again. The Luotian City Lord smiled and nodded. Whoosh. Shuegang waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang. Then, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon like a stream of light. I hope you're really the hope of the blood demon race. The Luotian City Lord looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared and muttered to himself. 3 days later. In the sky above a mountain. Like I said, there's no need for you to escort me. Look, we haven't even met a single human these few days. Qin Feiyang smiled. More people means more insurance. Shuegang smiled. You guys are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you in the future. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't feel comfortable listening to your words. Is the blood demon race helping you for your repayment? Shuegang seemed to be angry. Yes, yes, yes. It's my fault, it's my fault. Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. The blood demon race is different from humans. We don't play any tricks. We only know that as long as you're a friend of the blood demon race, it doesn't matter even if you have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Shuegang said. It doesn't matter even if you have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, Qin Feiyang muttered. He couldn't understand why the dragons would want to kill such a group of cute and righteous blood demons. Couldn't everyone get along peacefully? There was also the dragon god. Why did he keep the blood demon race in the underworld king's hell? Wait. Suddenly, Shuegang braked and stopped in the air with Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang quickly regained his senses and looked at him in surprise. There's someone in front. Shuegang stared at the giant peak in front of him. Qin Feiyang looked in the same direction, but the distance was too close and he couldn't see clearly. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Let's take a detour. After Shuegang finished speaking, he immediately took Qin Feiyang to the left. However, not long after, Shuegang stopped again. Could there be someone else? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Shuegang nodded and said in a deep voice, it's the same person from before. Who is it? Qin Feiyang frowned. His cultivation was much lower than Shuegang's, so he couldn't see as far as Shuegang. It's a middle-aged man, wearing a long black robe. He's also staring at us. It seems like he's smiling at us, Shuegang said in a deep voice. Smiling at us? Qin Feiyang looked in the direction Shuegang was looking at, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. They had met head-on before, And now they met again after taking a detour. This person was obviously coming for them. No. They weren't here for him or Shui Gang. They were here for him. Because Shui Gang was from the Blood Demon race. It was already a blessing that the Blood Demon race didn't find trouble with them. Who would dare to take the initiative to provoke the Blood Demon race? Let's try taking a detour again. Shui Gang took Qin Feiyang to the right again. But after a dozen breaths, Shui Gang stopped again, and his expression was extremely ugly. He's blocking the way in front again? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Shui Gang nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, this person should be looking for me. You stay here. I'll go and take a look. How can this be? What if he wants to harm you? Shui Gang firmly objected. If he really wants to harm me, he will definitely attack me secretly. Why would he stand in front of us and block our way? Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, why should I stay here? Let's go together. If there's really danger, we can take care of each other. Shui Gang said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. In fact, he couldn't tell whether the other party was friend or foe. Because he didn't even see the person. The two didn't take a detour and flew straight ahead. About a dozen breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally saw a black figure on a mountain peak in front of him. From afar, that person had no aura, like a ghost. Another few breaths passed. Qin Feiyang could finally see the person's appearance clearly. Sure enough, as Shui Gang said, it was a middle-aged man in black. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. He stood on a huge rock on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded a calm aura. And there was indeed a trace of a smile on his face. However, on the right side of his face, there was a finger-long scar, like a knife scar, which made the smile on his face somewhat scary. Shui Gang secretly said, Do you know him? I don't know him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you have to be careful. Although he is restraining his aura, I can feel that his cultivation is also at the perfection 9th heaven realm. Shui Gang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shui Gang had taken a detour several times before, which was enough to prove that this person gave Shui Gang a lot of pressure. When they were about 10 miles away from the mountain peak, Shui Gang decisively stopped and looked at the middle-aged man in black with vigilance. Fate, Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Shui Gang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. We know each other. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You definitely don't know me, but I know you. After all, in Divine Land, who doesn't know your name, Qin Feiyang? The middle-aged man in black chuckled. So far, Qin Feiyang had not found the slightest hostility from the middle-aged man in black. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, May I ask Senior's name? Why are you blocking our way? You may not know my name even if I tell you. As for blocking your way, the middle-aged man in black paused and chuckled, Of course it's to kill you. It was an understatement. It seemed that in his eyes, killing Qin Feiyang was an extremely simple matter. But when it fell into Qin Feiyang's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning striking his head. One had to know. He was now protected by Shui Gang. But this person was so blatant and undisguised, he even disdained to use a sneak attack. What did this mean? It meant that this person was full of confidence. Chapter 2643. At the same time, Shui Gang's expression suddenly changed. He immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and stared at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Shui Gang and didn't seem to take it to heart. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. You have another choice. Submit to me and I can spare your life. Are you that confident? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. If it was someone else, they would be arrogant. But when it came to the middle-aged man in black, it felt reasonable. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He couldn't see through this person at all. It was as if there was a mysterious veil covering him. With me here, you still want to kill Brother Qin? Shui Gang suddenly released his aura and shouted, Brother Qin, step back. Qin Feiyang didn't refuse and quickly retreated into the distance. Blood Demon race, The middle-aged man in black whispered and looked at Gang. Then I'll kill you first. Don't be arrogant. Gang raised his fist and punched at the middle-aged man in black. The terrifying power even collapsed a large part of the void. I've studied the blood demon race. You have endless strength and a strong body. But you'll soon know that there are more terrifying existences in this world than the blood demon race. The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly and also raised his arm and punched. Boom. The two fists, one big and one small, collided. The difference in size between the two was huge. If Gang was compared to an elephant, then the middle-aged man in black was an ant. With such a difference, no one would believe that the middle-aged man in black could defeat the elephant Gang. But when the two fists collided, the result was that Gang was sent flying by the punch. What? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in shock. His heart was in turmoil. Because the blood demon race couldn't break through the imperishable realm, they began to strengthen their body when they reached the perfection ninth heaven realm. In terms of strength and physical strength, no one dared to say that they were first. However, at this moment, Gang actually lost to the middle-aged man in black in terms of physical strength and strength. How did this person do it? Gang was the same. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the black-clothed middle-aged man, his face filled with disbelief. How is it? The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. Gang was silent, but his dignified eyes were enough to explain everything. I believe you already know the gap between us. I have no intention of becoming enemies with your blood demon race. Leave Qin Feiyang behind. You can leave. The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. The blood demon race has always valued promises the most. Since I have promised to send Brother Qin safely to the ancient city of Qingyu, I will definitely do it. Don't even think about harming Brother Qin. Gang took a deep breath, put away all his contempt, and once again rushed towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me when you die. The black-clothed middle-aged man still smiled casually. Rumble. The two of them clashed, their power roaring in all directions, their fists landing on flesh. The more Gang fought, the more frightened he became. Whether it was in terms of strength or physical strength, this person was actually above him. Puff. After a few hundred exchanges, Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains below. So strong. I'm afraid only Gang's transformation can defeat him. Qin Feiyang muttered. But transformation? Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. It was still early in the morning, and he would have to wait for an entire day to transform. It seemed like he would be facing a tough battle. Sigh. I didn't want to kill you, but you're courting your own death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. His index finger pointed in the air, and a ray of divine power surged out. It carried a destructive aura as it charged towards Gang below. You want to kill me with this? You're too naive. Gang suddenly stood up. Without any fancy moves, he directly threw a punch. It was a simple violent move. Rumble. The divine power was immediately annihilated. Swoosh. Immediately after, Gang's aura was like a rainbow. He took a step into the sky and stomped towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. That scene was like a giant spirit descending to the world, preparing to trample on a tiny ant. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man was not moved at all. He met Gang's giant foot with his palm. Rumble. Crack. Gang was once again sent flying. The skin and flesh on the soles of his feet were lacerated, and even his bones were broken. How terrifying is his strength? Qin Feiyang muttered. This was the first time he saw someone who could crush the blood demon race in terms of strength and physical body. Roar. Gang roared. The power of the evil sun descended and merged into his body at lightning speed. His injuries immediately began to heal. Summoning the power of the evil sun, the blood demon race is indeed a group of people who can't be provoked. The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. It's good that you know. Gang smiled coldly. As long as the other party did not have the strength to destroy him, he was immortal. And the other party obviously did not have the strength to destroy him. This was because they were both at the peak 9 heavens realm. Although the other party's physical body and strength surpassed his, he was confident that he could block all of the other party's attacks. As long as he could last until night, he would be this person's nightmare. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Are you thinking of dragging the battle until night?" "That's right." Shui Gang did not deny it. "That's a good idea, but you can't do it because I can end this battle at any time. This is strength." The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. "Haha, then give it a try." Shui Gang laughed. The corners of the black-clothed middle-aged man's mouth lifted, and waves of divine power emerged. Clang! Battle swords appeared one after another. Each battle sword seemed to be made of gold, emitting a sharp aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. In just a few breaths of time, there were as many as 100,000 battle swords that appeared in the void above. They were densely packed, covering the sky and the earth. God-slaying sword formation. As the black-clothed middle-aged man's voice fell, the 100,000 battle swords suddenly danced in the sky. Almost in the next instant, a huge sword formation appeared above Shui Gang's head. The sword formation was like a skull pattern that connected the 100,000 battle swords. Once the sword formation was formed, a monstrous power erupted like a volcano. At this moment, the void shattered, and the heavens collapsed. The earth and mountains below were also crazily shattering and cracking. The abyss spread, and chasms were everywhere. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. God-slaying sword formation. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sword formation, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Each of the 100,000 battle swords contained the power to destroy the world. Could Shui Gang withstand it? The power of the evil sun can help you heal the damage, but it can't give you a true immortal body. Tell me, if I chop you into mincemeat, can the power of the evil sun save you? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed, and with a wave of his hand, the god-slaying sword formation descended from the sky. The 100,000 battle swords were like a meat grinder, enveloping Shui Gang. Clang! Shui Gang's expression was solemn, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a blood-colored saber that was pitilessly sharp. Kill! With a low roar, Shui Gang rushed to the sky and slashed with his saber. Boom! Clang! That blood-red saber was a supreme-grade artifact. However, under the god-slaying sword formation, the supreme artifact was unable to withstand a single blow and was instantly shattered. Not good. Shui Gang, retreat! Qin Feiyang shouted. Each of the swords in the god-slaying sword formation was comparable to a supreme artifact. In other words, at this moment, Shui Gang was facing 100,000 supreme artifact. Shui Gang couldn't withstand such a formation. At the same time, he was shocked. Where did this black-clothed middle-aged man come from? How did he master such a terrifying deity art? Although it wasn't at the level of a heaven-defying deity art, it was no different from a heaven-defying deity art. At the same level, no one could break through the god-slaying sword formation. In fact, even without Qin Feiyang's reminder, Shui Gang had already sensed the danger. Even a supreme artifact was so fragile under the god-slaying sword formation. It definitely couldn't take it head-on. He immediately put away the shattered blood-colored saber, used a supreme auxiliary deity art, and fled with lightning speed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you want to escape. How is that possible? The black-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 100,000 swords scattered, forming a huge cage. Shui Gang was immediately trapped in the cage. The terrifying sword chi and peerless sharpness drowned Shui Gang like a tide. Roar! In just an instant. Shui Gang's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he was dripping with blood. Shui Gang, who was in a desperate situation, roared towards the sky, and the power of the evil sun descended. However, the power of the evil sun couldn't heal the wounds on Shui Gang's body. This was because each of the sword chi was like an indestructible blade that constantly cut at Shui Gang's body. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly, facing such a desperate situation. Do you have a way? Roar! Shui Gang roared again and again. He had exhausted all his means, but he still couldn't break through the god-slaying sword formation. You still dare to doubt my ability? Now, do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. I'll send you to hell now. The black-clothed middle-aged man chuckled. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 swords clanged and rushed towards Shuegang from all directions. 100,000 battle swords, 100,000 supreme-grade divine artifacts. That terrifying scene was enough to make anyone despair. Brother Qin, quickly return to Luotian Ancient City. As long as you return to Luotian Ancient City, no matter how bold he is, he won't dare to do anything to you. Shuegang roared. Don't worry. He won't leave. Because he is such a person. He will never leave his companions behind. The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. You know me very well. Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly. Who in Divine Land doesn't know you, Qin Feiyang? Brother Qin, don't be rash. This person's strength has surpassed ours by too much. Staying behind will only be a waste of our lives. Quickly leave. Shuegang roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shuegang, then looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man again. He took a deep breath and said, although the god-slaying sword formation is powerful, it's not invincible. Is that so? Then show it to me. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Boom. Qin Feiyang activated the Rising Dragon secret art and took the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. His cultivation immediately soared. Small success, great success, perfection. Now. He had broken through to the initial stage of the Ninth Heaven Realm, so with the help of the Rising Dragon secret art and the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, he successfully stepped into the perfection stage of the Ninth Heaven Realm. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and an invisible force surged out like a tide. Soul Destruction Technique. Chapter 2644. The Soul Extermination Technique could ignore all defenses. Even the God-punishing sword array couldn't block it. Although using the soul-destroying technique might expose his identity as Li Biyuer, he couldn't care less about that now. Boom. An invisible force rushed toward the black-clothed man like a torrent. The black-clothed man didn't care at first, but when he saw that the invisible force could easily penetrate the God-punishing sword array, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is, for the first time, his expression changed. In the blink of an eye, the invisible force had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man, and a great sense of crisis emerged in his heart. For the first time, the black-clothed man took the initiative to retreat, and his eyes were full of surprise. Die! Qin Feiyang roared. The invisible force surged, ignoring the black-clothed man's physical body, and went straight for the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. This is a killing technique that targets the divine soul. The black-clothed man was horrified and immediately screamed as he fell down powerlessly. The God-punishing sword array also collapsed. When Shuegang saw this, he was also shocked. He didn't expect Qin Feiyang to have mastered such a terrifying killing technique, ignoring defense and directly erasing the divine soul. Then wouldn't their blood demon race be the same as the black-clothed man in front of Qin Feiyang? Their physical defense was useless. Qin Feiyang had always been glad that he could become friends with the blood demon race. At this moment, Shuegang couldn't help but be glad that he could become friends with Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, this soul-killing technique alone would bring about a calamity to the blood demon race. I'm okay. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang with concern. I'm just a little injured. It's not a big deal. Shuegang waved his hand and looked down at the black-clothed man. His life force seemed to be dissipating. He died just like that. He was too weak to take a beating. The soul extermination technique is invincible in the same realm. Unless you have a divine artifact that protects the divine soul, no one can survive. Qin Feiyang laughed. Haha, amazing. Shuegang laughed and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. Perhaps we can find something in his interspatial ring that can prove his identity. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Shuegang nodded. The two of them landed in front of the middle-aged man in black. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the middle-aged man's index finger. There was a cosmos ring on his index finger. Boom. However, just as Qin Feiyang bent down and was about to take off the interspatial ring, the black-robed middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out with a roar. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang was blasted away on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. Not dead. Shuegang was also shocked. He quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and helped Qin Feiyang up. Yes. I'm not dead. The black-clothed middle-aged man slowly stood up. His tone was cold. Don't worry about me. Although he's not dead, looking at his face, his divine soul must have been seriously injured. Take this opportunity to kill him, Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was as pale as paper. Obviously, he was not completely fine. Hearing this, Shuegang immediately took a step forward. His aura surged out and he charged toward the black-clothed middle-aged man. You've missed the best time. If you had attacked me the moment I was injured by the soul-extinguishing art, I would have died. But now, I've recovered. Next, it will be your doomsday. For the first time, the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He threw a punch at Shuegang's fist. Boom! Shuegang was directly sent flying. Like a cannonball, he smashed into a giant mountain in the distance. With a loud bang, the giant mountain collapsed on the spot. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man's gaze turned and fell on Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "You're really powerful. You can actually determine that my divine soul is seriously injured. Not bad. Just a moment ago, the soul-extinguishing art could have erased my divine soul. But unfortunately, I have a legendary artifact that protects my divine soul. Although it's not as good as a supreme artifact, with my cultivation base, I can barely block the soul-extinguishing art. Then now, what other ways do you have?" The black-clothed middle-aged man walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you." The black-clothed middle-aged man rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched toward Qin Feiyang's head. "Humph! You can barely block it the first time. What about the second and third time?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. While retreating, he once again activated the soul-extinguishing art. An invisible force suddenly rushed toward the middle-aged man. "I'm already on guard. Do you think you can still succeed?" The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled disdainfully. With a mysterious step, he instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Bang! A punch suddenly blasted onto Qin Feiyang's body. At the critical moment, Qin Feiyang activated the Wisdom King's golden body. With the protection of the Wisdom King's golden body, the black-clothed middle-aged man's punch did not cause any harm to him. Qin Feiyang was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. At the same time that the Wisdom King's golden body was activated, the soul-extinguishing art reappeared and instantly submerged the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man immediately let out another miserable groan. He never thought that Qin Feiyang could actually launch such a fierce counterattack at this time. Die. It was also at this moment. Shuegang rushed over aggressively. While the black-clothed middle-aged man was submerged in the soul-extinguishing art, the iron-like fist suddenly blasted onto the black-clothed middle-aged man's back. Boom. Immediately, the black-clothed middle-aged man was blasted out. His physical body was almost deformed and finally smashed into a distant mountain. Several nearby giant peaks were instantly razed to the ground. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Quickly go over and eliminate the roots. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed towards the mountain. "Qin Feiyang, I admit that I underestimated you. Your combat awareness, emergency ability, and control of timing are even better than mine. However, you want to kill me? You don't have the strength yet." God-slaying sword formation. But before they got close, the black-clothed middle-aged man's roar rang out. Following closely, 100,000 battle swords appeared out of thin air, forming a skull sword formation, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man. After being hit by the soul-extinguishing art twice in a row, you can still fight back. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whoosh! As his voice fell, the black-clothed middle-aged man rushed into the sky and stood behind the god-slaying sword formation. His face was pale, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable. At the same time, that pale face was filled with anger and hostility. He thought that he could easily get rid of Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang, but he did not expect that he would suffer losses in the hands of Qin Feiyang. If this spread out, where would his face go? Shui Gang, withdraw. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Shui Gang waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, turned around, and flew away. Want to leave? Did you get this emperor's permission? The black-clothed middle-aged man said coldly. He raised his hand and shouted, Supreme Divine Art, Heaven and Earth Cage. Divine power gushed out. A huge cage appeared in an instant, covering tens of millions of miles. Blast it open, Shui Gang shouted. The two of them attacked together. Divine power surged and blasted towards the cage. However, when their fists landed on the cage, they felt as if they had punched a sponge. All of their power was absorbed by the cage. How could this be? Shui Gang was shocked. Haha, stop struggling. The black-clothed middle-aged man stood outside the Heaven and Earth cage and laughed. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang raised their heads and looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. You can feel it, right? The Heaven and Earth cage can absorb your divine power and energy. But do you know where the divine power and energy it absorbs goes? Let me tell you. It has absorbed your divine power and power, making it even more indestructible. In other words, the Heaven and Earth cage can absorb other people's energy to strengthen itself. The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the two of them with contempt and laughed. Strengthen itself? Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang were shocked. You still don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you in simple terms. The Heaven and Earth cage can transform your divine power and energy into its own energy. The more you attack it, the more energy and divine power it absorbs. Naturally, it will be more indestructible. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. There's such a divine art. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang looked at each other. There are all kinds of divine arts in this world. It's just that you haven't seen them yet. However, you should be content with what you have. Because you have seen two powerful divine arts, Heaven and Earth cage and God punishing sword array. When you go to the Yellow Spring, I believe you will be able to rest in peace. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled coldly. The terrifying God-punishing sword array charged toward the two of them. I don't believe that I can't break this damn cage. Shui Gang roared. His divine power surged as he punched the Heaven and Earth cage without holding back. Boom. However, this punch was the same as before. It was like hitting a sponge. Moreover, his divine power was also absorbed by the Heaven and Earth cage. It seems like he's not trying to scare us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what should we do now? Shui Gang was at a loss. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, although the Heaven and Earth cage can absorb divine power, there is a limit. What? Shui Gang was suspicious. What I mean is that as long as we break this limit, the Heaven and Earth cage will naturally shatter. Qin Feiyang said. Break this limit? Shui Gang frowned. This wouldn't be easy, but now, there was no other way. He could only believe in Qin Feiyang. 3,000 clones, activate. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. 3,000 clones suddenly appeared in the void behind them. Break it for me. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom. The 3,000 clones immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. Moreover, these auras weren't any weaker than Qin Feiyang's. So that's how it is. Relying on the 3,000 clones to break the limit of the Heaven and Earth cage. Shui Gang suddenly understood and immediately took action. Together with Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 clones, they attacked the Heaven and Earth cage with all their might. Chapter 2645. The Heaven and Earth cage sealed off all the escape routes and behind them was the god-slaying sword array. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang had no choice but to forcefully break the Heaven and Earth cage. Boom. Qin Feiyang, his 3,000 incarnations and Shui Gang blasted the Heaven and Earth cage almost at the same time. A deafening explosion rang out. Catcher. The next moment, the heaven and earth cage was torn apart. Is it really possible? Shuegang was shocked. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, the heaven and earth cage had a limit. Go! Qin Feiyang shouted. Not bad, not bad. Even the heaven and earth cage can be broken. Qin Feiyang, I really like you more and more, but unfortunately, we are not in the same camp. You must die. The middle-aged man in black shook his head regretfully. With a wave of his hand, the god-slaying sword array instantly fell above Qin Feiyang and the others. That terrifying edge immediately shrouded them. Go to hell! The middle-aged man in black laughed and the god-slaying sword array slammed down towards Qin Feiyang and the others. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Activate the soul-extinguishing technique and kill him together, Qin Feiyang shouted. Soul-extinguishing technique, activate. The 3,000 incarnations roared. An invisible force suddenly surged out like a tide. 3,000 incarnations, 3,000 invisible forces. What kind of concept was this? 3,000 invisible forces gathered together like a raging wave in the ocean. They passed through the god-slaying sword array and rushed towards the middle-aged man in black. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black also changed his expression and turned to flee without hesitation. 3,000 incarnations activated the soul-extinguishing technique at the same time. This was no joke. If one was submerged, even with the artifact protecting the divine soul, one would die without a doubt. Shuegang suddenly roared, "Don't worry about him, quickly block the god-slaying sword array." Although the middle-aged man in black was running for his life, the god-slaying sword array did not dissipate and was charging towards them with a terrifying aura. Haha, you can't block the god-slaying sword array. All of you go to hell. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed as he fled. What's so great about a mere sword formation? With our strength, we can definitely fight 1 against 100. One of the avatars snorted and shouted, "Open the eye of heaven." Boom. Immediately, the 3,000 incarnations all activated their fighting souls. Damn, they even know how to give orders. Qin Feiyang looked at the incarnation in astonishment. Following closely, without any hesitation, he also activated his purple-gold dragon soul. Ding! 3001 purple-gold dragon souls roared into the sky and activated their innate abilities at the same time. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. A god-slaying sword array appeared in front of each dragon soul. With 3001 dragon souls, there would be 3001 god-slaying sword formations. Vast and mighty, the sharpness of the blade could destroy the world. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared. Kill! The 3,000 clones also raised their heads and roared. Clang! Immediately, the 3001st god-punishing sword formation charged towards the black-clothed middle-aged man's god-punishing sword formation. This scene, it's really spectacular, Shuegang muttered. How was this him protecting Qin Feiyang? It was clearly Qin Feiyang protecting him. Clang! Rumble! When the god-punishing sword formation met, there was an earth-shaking loud noise that lingered in the ears. The surrounding void and the ground below were crazily shattering and collapsing. Although Qin Feiyang's current cultivation was at the 9th heaven realm, which was a small realm lower than the black-clothed middle-aged man, he won in terms of numbers. The 3001st god-punishing sword formation continued to bombard. The sword formation in front collapsed, but there were more behind, one after another. Crack! Finally, the black-clothed middle-aged man's god-punishing sword formation also began to gradually collapse. Let's do something more ruthless. Activate all the Paragon divine arts and completely crush it. Another incarnation gave an order. These guys, Qin Feiyang shook his head. They had already learned to give orders. However, looking at these incarnations, there was an unprecedented pride in his heart. Because these incarnations were all born because of him. And these 3,000 incarnations were becoming more and more reliable. Ding! Chirp! Roar! Crack! Divine Dragon Technique, Fire Phoenix Technique, Fire Thunder Divine Art, Chilean Technique, in just a moment. The 4 supreme level divine slaughtering arts had appeared out of nowhere. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared. Right then, All the divine arts were activated together, like a destructive torrent, they blasted into the God-punishing sword formation. Boom! Finally, the God-punishing sword formation collapsed. The black-clothed middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock. He actually really disintegrated the God-punishing sword formation? It was too terrifying. Why was there such a sick person? If he was not eliminated today and continued to grow, who would be able to subdue him in the future? No. He had to strangle this child in the cradle. The black-clothed middle-aged man stopped in the void and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, murderous intent surging in his eyes. You actually didn't escape. Then you can go to hell. Qin Feiyang sneered coldly. The 3,000 incarnations also looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man with murderous intent. The soul destruction technique was activated again. 3001 invisible force rushed toward the black-clothed middle-aged man like a tsunami. The black-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "It's time to let you see my real trump card." As his voice fell, the black-clothed middle-aged man's body shook and a mighty aura broke out of his body. Trump card. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man in surprise. Facing the soul destruction technique, he actually didn't escape? Could this trump card help the black-clothed middle-aged man block the attack of the soul destruction technique? Clang. In the next moment, with a loud bang, golden shields suddenly appeared in the void around the black-clothed middle-aged man. There were a total of 10 shields. Each shield seemed to be made of gold, emitting a dazzling radiance. And the shields weren't big. 1 meter tall, half a meter wide, and 2 fingers thick. The 10 shields appeared and surrounded the black-clothed middle-aged man, shining with divine light. Battle Soul, Invincible Shield. The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. Invincible Shield. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Boom. At this moment, the soul destruction technique surged and instantly drowned the black-clothed middle-aged man. However, the soul destruction technique that had always been successful was blocked by the 10 shields at this moment and couldn't get close to the black-clothed middle-aged man. How can this be? Isn't the soul destruction technique able to ignore all defenses? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened in anger. The 3,000 incarnations were also in disbelief. The soul destruction technique couldn't penetrate the 10 shields. The black-clothed middle-aged man took a step forward and was unscathed like a demon. Let's go. 3,000 incarnations, stop him. Shuegang, let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang before turning to flee. Even the soul destruction technique couldn't hurt the black-clothed middle-aged man. How could they continue fighting? If they didn't leave, they would all die later. Leave. The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered and waved his hand. The heaven and earth cage fell and enveloped all directions. Moreover, the god-slaying sword array also appeared and directly suppressed Qin Feiyang and Shuegang. Wait, why are there so many battle swords? It's not just 100,000. Qin Feiyang raised his head to take a look, and his face turned pale with fright. That's right. It's not 100,000 now. It's 1,000,000 battle swords. This sword array isn't called the God-slaying sword array but the Heaven-slaying sword array. Heaven-slaying sword array, Invincible Shield. This is my real trump card. All of you, go to hell. The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered. Quick! Shatter the heaven and earth cage. Qin Feiyang roared. The 3,000 incarnations immediately attacked the heaven and earth cage. Boom! The heaven and earth cage immediately shattered. But at the same time, the heaven-slaying sword array fell. The 3,000 incarnations couldn't even activate the Eye of Heaven and were instantly annihilated. The speed of the heaven-slaying sword array was too fast. It didn't give Qin Feiyang any chance to resist. Even if the heaven and earth cage shattered, Qin Feiyang and Shuegang couldn't escape. Shuegang looked at the 3,000 incarnations that were annihilated and then at the heaven-slaying sword array. Finally, he looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. This human was so strong that it made him despair. Even if he transformed, he might not be this person's opponent. Even in the entire Blood Demon tribe, only the Ghost King and the 10 great commanders could defeat him. Phew. Shui Gang let out a long breath. He didn't know why, but he relaxed. Suddenly, without any warning, he slapped his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was caught off guard. Like a meteorite, he was shot into the distance along with the power of this palm. Shui Gang, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately roared. Brother Qin, it's nice to meet you. It's also an honor to fight alongside you. You have to promise me that you will survive. If you want to take revenge for me, you must wait until you break through to the peak 9 heavens realm. Shui Gang turned his head and grinned at Qin Feiyang. His entire body exploded in the void. That smile was as if he was facing a family member or a brother. It was incomparably sincere. That smile didn't have any resentment. That smile contained the most sincere blessings. Boom. The next moment, a destructive aura erupted and instantly drowned the world. Shui Gang, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared and his eyes cracked. He actually self-destructed his physical body for him. He was a human. Why did he have to sacrifice his own life for him? Was he stupid? Damn it. The black-clothed middle-aged man's roar also sounded in the dust. I won't let you go. Just you wait. If I don't tear you to pieces, I, Qin Feiyang, am not worthy to be a human in this life. Qin Feiyang suppressed the grief and anger in his heart. He turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Bastard, with a roar, the black-clothed middle-aged man also rushed out of the dust. He also looked very miserable. The 10 shields were also shattered into pieces. He stood gloomily in the sky and scanned the void around him. Where was he? Boom. He immediately released his divine sense and spread it in all directions, but he didn't find anything. Damn it, damn it. It was such a good opportunity, but he let the little bastard escape. The black-clothed middle-aged man was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Damn blood demon tribe. How dare you spoil my plans? I won't let you off easily. And you, Qin Feiyang, do you think you can escape? No matter how you struggle, don't even think about leaving hell alive. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled hideously. He then dispersed the 10 shattered shields and flew in the direction of the ancient city of Qingyu. Chapter 2646. Late at night, a figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. He looked at the broken ground below, his face full of sadness. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. If it wasn't to escort him, why would Shui Gang self-destruct? Whether it was Qingyu, the 10 commanders, or the other blood demons, they had taken good care of him. However, not only did he not do anything for the blood demons, but he had also implicated them time and time again. Last time, the dragon god appeared with princess dragons, causing the blood demons to panic. This time, a strong enemy that he didn't know appeared and killed Shui Gang. Was he really a jinx? Anyone who was on good terms with him would not have a good ending. No. I can't accept this. If this is fate, then I will break it and let myself be the master. Shui Gang, I won't let you die. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. One day, I will resurrect you. Qin Feiyang muttered, clenching his hands together, his eyes shining with determination. Clang. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly looked down, but the voice had disappeared and he couldn't find the source. Was it an illusion? Qin Feiyang muttered. Clang. Not long later, that weak voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was it an illusion? He quickly looked in the direction of the voice and found that it came from a pile of rocks below. Why was there a voice? Qin Feiyang suspiciously landed beside the pile of rubble and carefully pried away the rubble. Not long later, a fragment of a divine artifact entered his line of sight. This fragment was blood red, about the size of half a baby's fist, emitting a weak light. Clang. The voice came from this fragment. This, it seems to be Shui Gang's supreme divine artifact. Qin Feiyang suspiciously grabbed the fragment. Brother Qin, how have you been? But just as he grabbed the fragment, a spirit fluctuation was transmitted into Qin Feiyang's mind. This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. It was actually Shui Gang's voice. Staring at the fragment in his hand, he asked, You didn't die? He's not dead. When I self-destructed, I fused a strand of my soul into the supreme divine artifact. It was the supreme divine artifact that protected me. But it was also to protect me that the supreme artifact's artifact spirit sacrificed itself. Shuegang sighed. Qin Feiyang was incomparably excited. It was great that she didn't die. He comforted her, "Don't be sad. Since the artifact spirit chose to protect you, it definitely doesn't want you to feel guilty and blame yourself." "Yes." Shuegang nodded and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Of course we're going to the ancient city of the Serene King. The ancient city of King Yu has a 500-year time rule. It will be of great help to you in reconstructing your physical body and divine soul." Qin Feiyang said. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Send me back to Luotian Ancient City." "Luotian Ancient City also has a time array," Shuegang said. "What trouble can there be? Anyway, I have to return to the ancient city of King Yu." "It's on the way," Qin Feiyang said. "No. I feel that we shouldn't trouble King Yu for such a small matter," Shuegang said. "You're only left with a strand of your divine soul. Is this a small matter?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Shuegang smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Just in case, you should stay in this fragment for the time being. You can come out when we return to the ancient city of King Yu." "All right," Shuegang replied. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and kept the fragment in his sea of qi. He said, "You can also absorb my divine force to reconstruct your divine soul." Shuegang said, "Our blood demon race can only absorb evil force." "It can't be. What about the soul stone?" Qin Feiyang asked. Shuegang said, "I've already tried, but I couldn't refine and absorb it." "You guys are really a strange race," Qin Feiyang said. "In the eyes of our blood demon race, you humans are strange too." Shuegang laughed. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed. "Indeed. A race was strange in the eyes of another race. Brother Qin, I don't object to you returning to the ancient city of King Yu, but you have to be careful." Shuegang suddenly changed the topic and said solemnly, "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Shuegang said, "That human seems to be heading towards the ancient city of King Yu." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "In that case, he still wants to go to the ancient city of King Yu to kill me? He definitely won't dare to go to the ancient city of King Yu. After all, King Yu is there. However, he can intercept him outside the city. Moreover, after this fight, he definitely won't dare to underestimate you. At that time, he will seize a good opportunity to kill you when you're unprepared." Shuegang said. "It seems that I have to be careful." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. The strength of the middle-aged man in black wasn't ordinary. In terms of means, he was probably not inferior to Ancestral Dragon. However, he couldn't understand why this person wanted to kill him. He didn't remember offending this person. "Brother Qin, I'm afraid there aren't many experts like him even in the outside world," Shuegang said. "There are countless people in the outside world who are at the complete ninth heaven realm." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "However, do you think that his true cultivation is really at the complete ninth heaven realm?" Shuegang said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Although I don't know him, I have a feeling that his cultivation is definitely not at the complete ninth heaven realm." Shuegang said in a deep voice. "Not just at the complete ninth heaven realm," Qin Feiyang muttered. "In that case, this person was an undead stage powerhouse. If this person is an imperishable stage expert, can you guess his identity?" Shuegang asked. "If he's really an eternal realm expert, it's not difficult to determine his origin." Qin Feiyang muttered. "What do you mean?" Shuegang was curious. "There aren't many eternal realm experts even in the Divine Land. And there aren't many who have a grudge against me. First of all, the dragons. We've already lost 2 of the 10 Ancestral Dragon. Now there are only 8 Ancestral Dragon left. And now, the 8th Ancestral Dragon, Yi Zhong, has already gone to Fallen Valley. In other words, it can't be these people. Secondly, it's the Dragon Slayer Palace. There are 4 emperors in the Dragon Slayer Palace. 2 of them are my ancestors. They definitely won't harm me." That leaves the Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master. These two hate me to the core. It's natural that they want to kill me. But now, they're also with the dragons, Qin Feiyang pondered as he spoke. Shuegang said suspiciously, based on what you said, isn't it impossible? Don't worry. Let me finish. The people I just mentioned are the strongest in the divine land. Apart from them, there are many other powerful existences below. For example, the dragons. The patriarchs and elders of the various clans are all eternal realm experts. And the Dragon Slayer Palace. Under the 4 emperors, there are 8 emperors and 108 divine generals. These are also imperishable stage experts. But I didn't sense the aura of a divine dragon from the middle-aged man in black. Senior brother Feng Zi also heard from Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragon that they were the only dragons that entered the Nether King's hell this time. So, we can completely eliminate the dragons. Then we can target the emperors and divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Apart from the Dragon Slayer Palace and the dragons, there are no eternal realm experts among the other forces? Shuegang asked. Of course there are. Some people don't want to join the Dragon Slayer Palace and become enemies with the dragons, nor do they want to join the dragons and become enemies with the Dragon Slayer Palace, so they choose to stay out of trouble. But these people have no grudges with me, so they won't kill us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shuegang said, so, this middle-aged man in black is from the Dragon Slayer Palace? If his true cultivation is really at the Eternal Realm, then he's most likely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. And he's definitely from the Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang said. That's not right. Didn't you just say that 2 of your ancestors were emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace? If they're both from the Dragon Slayer Palace, why would they want to kill you? Shuegang was suspicious. This is what humans are like. Even if we're on the same side, there are still scheming and scheming. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shuegang was speechless. The human world is really complicated. Yeah. To be honest, although I'm also a human, I really hate humans. Qin Feiyang sighed. As a human being, he hated other humans. How sad was that? Listening to what you said, I suddenly feel that our blood demon clan is still the best. Shuegang laughed. I think so too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shuegang said, then why don't you stay in our blood demon clan? I want to. But reality doesn't allow it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The dragons hadn't been dealt with yet, and Chang Shui hadn't been snatched back yet. How could he be a leisurely wild crane? He couldn't. Besides, this Nether King's hell wasn't suitable for humans to live in. Moreover, he could only stay here for 1,000 years. Shuegang laughed, I'm just saying. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then collected his thoughts and rushed towards the ancient city. Without Shuegang's help, his speed was much slower. Shuegang only needed a month to go from Luotian Ancient City to Ancient City, but if it was him, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. And he also had to be wary of the beasts in Nether King's hell. Roar. Sure enough. Before dawn, a group of 9 Heaven's Realm ferocious beasts roared out and surrounded Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were glowing with blood as if they were staring at a delicacy. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and laughed. Don't be like this, after all, I'm a friend of Nether King. A friend of Nether King? Are you kidding? How can a human be a friend of Nether King? The leading beast sneered. This beast's leader was still at the peak 9 Heaven's Realm. Boss, wait a minute. I seem to have heard that Nether King does have a human friend. A ferocious beast at the side glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered into the ear of the leading ferocious beast. Is that so? The leader of the beasts was surprised. Yes. I think he's called something. Yes, 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 Qin Feiyang. That beast said. I am Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed. These beasts' voices were also very loud. Although they were very soft, Qin Feiyang could still hear them clearly. Chapter 2647. What? You are Qin Feiyang? The group of beasts was bewildered. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're not playing with us, are you? Listen to us. Qin Feiyang is Lord Yu Wang's friend. Are you pretending to be Qin Feiyang? The beast leader frowned. Pretending. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He said, I am Qin Feiyang, guaranteed to be the real deal. Do you think so? We have never seen Qin Feiyang. We have only heard of his name. How can we believe you? The beast leader snorted coldly. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang was helpless. The beast leader said, unless you can take out something to prove your identity. Something to prove my identity? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled bitterly. You have never seen me. What can I prove? Then don't think of leaving. The beast leader bared his teeth. Humph. Let's see who dares to hurt Brother Qin. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. The wisp of Shuegang's soul appeared and transformed into a huge giant. You are. The group looked at Shuegang in horror. What? Are there any beasts in Luotian ancient city that don't know me? Shuegang shouted. You are. Lord Shuegang. I'm sorry. We'll leave now. The beast leader said in horror. He thought to himself that he was so unlucky. It was not easy to meet a human, but he did not expect it to be Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this kicking an iron plate? Stop! Shuegang shouted. The group of beasts immediately stopped in the void. Shuegang pointed at the beast leader and said indifferently, you stay here. The rest of you, get lost. Yes. The beast leader nodded and said to his brothers, you guys go first. After the group of brothers left, the beast leader looked at Shuegang and said with a flattering smile, Lord, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. Shuegang said expressionlessly, escort Brother Qin to Luotian ancient city. En. The beast leader was taken aback. Shuegang said, it's just a temporary mount for Brother Qin. I see. The beast leader came to a realization and nodded with a smile, it's a piece of cake. Shuegang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin Feiyang, with its help, it will be much faster. Good. Feiyang smiled. Be careful on the way. Be careful. Shuegang warned before disappearing into Qin Feiyang's body. The beast is. We encountered a powerful enemy along the way. In order to save me, Shuegang self-destructed his body. Now, all that's left is this wisp of soul. The beast leader nodded and said, then it seems that you're really Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, Lord Shuegang wouldn't have sacrificed himself to protect you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, didn't I say it just now? You're the one who didn't believe me. You can't blame me for this. After all, I haven't seen you in person. I don't know what you look like. The beast leader lowered its head in grievance. All right. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, jumped up, and landed behind the head of the ferocious beast. It was a blood-red unicorn. It looked like a horse, but it had 2 wings on its back and a half-meter-long horn on its head. As for the unicorn, Qin Feiyang had seen it before. However, the unicorns outside were generally snow-white and filled with a sacred aura. This unicorn, however, had a murderous aura. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then you have to sit tight. My speed is abnormally fast. After the unicorn finished speaking, it spread its wings and rushed out with a swoosh. It's indeed fast. Qin Feiyang muttered. The unicorn's speed was 1 level faster than Shuegang's. Of course. With Shuegang activating the supreme level auxiliary divine technique, the unicorn definitely couldn't compare. However, at this speed, it would only take 25 to 26 days to reach the ancient city of Qingyu. Boss Qin, can you tell me more about the outside world? The unicorn suddenly spoke. Why? You're also interested in the outside world? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course. Go and ask the creatures of hell. Who doesn't want to go to the outside world? The unicorn said. Qin Feiyang said, but there's no evil force in the outside world. Without evil force, you can't cultivate. That's true. The unicorn nodded. But I can tell you about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. In the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. During these 5 days, the unicorn was like a curious baby, constantly asking Qin Feiyang questions. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was more patient. If it were someone else, they would have shut it up. That afternoon, wait a minute. The unicorn suddenly stopped and looked to the left in front of it. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The unicorn said, I smell humans, and there's more than one or two of them. Human smell? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, how many are there? The unicorn said, there are at least a few thousand of them. So many? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The unicorn said, wait a minute, I remember. There seems to be a blood lake in front. What's a blood lake? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's a lake. But this blood lake is very big. And there are rumors that there are many divine objects at the bottom of the lake. The unicorn said. Many divine objects? Qin Feiyang's heart stirred and he asked, then have you guys been to the bottom of the lake? Of course, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. The unicorn shook its head. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because there's a mysterious force in the blood lake that can block all living beings. The unicorn said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang asked, Shuegang, is this true? It's true. The city lord and I have been to this blood lake before, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. Shuegang's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. It can't be, even you guys can't enter. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. Shuegang replied. There must be treasures in this place. Didn't you guys inform the Ghost King? Qin Feiyang asked. Is there a need to inform the Ghost King? Places like this are everywhere in Hades and Hell. Even if we inform the Ghost King, he won't care. Shuegang said. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If a place like this was in Divine Land, no matter how dangerous it was, there would definitely be people who would go and explore it. However, in Hell, they were all indifferent. Now, Qin Feiyang felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Boss Qin, are you interested? If you are, let's go and take a look. The unicorn asked. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The unicorn immediately turned its head and flew toward the blood lake. About 100 breaths later, a large lake finally appeared in their sight. It was about 500,000 miles in diameter and the entire lake was blood red. It seemed to be made of blood. It gave people a sense of horror even from afar. Restrain your aura. Qin Feiyang whispered. The unicorn slowed down and retracted its aura. It brought Qin Feiyang to the top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and stood silently at the edge of the cliff. He looked down. There was a forest below. In an open space in the forest, there were thousands of people gathered. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also mixed. Divine Lord, Paragon God, 9 Heavens State, and the Blood Lake was just outside the forest. Some of these people were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Some were sitting alone with their eyes closed. Boss Qin, are we going down directly? The unicorn asked. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked around. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at a middle-aged man in the crowd. That person was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long black robe. He stood in the crowd in a low-key manner and was inconspicuous. However, Qin Feiyang recognized him at a glance. It was the middle-aged man in black who came to kill him a few days ago. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang whispered. He never thought that he would meet the middle-aged man in black so soon. And it seemed that the middle-aged man in black was also interested in the blood lake. The unicorn also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Following his gaze, it looked at the middle-aged man in black and asked suspiciously, Boss Qin, is there a problem? He's the powerful enemy I was talking about. The blood shield self-destructed when I fought with him. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. So it's him. Then he is definitely not simple. The unicorn looked at the middle-aged man in black again with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. You met him again so soon? Shuegang's divine soul appeared and looked at the middle-aged man in black. His eyes trembled slightly as he hurriedly said, Brother Qin, don't be rash. With your current strength, you can't beat him at all. Qin Feiyang had to at least break through a small realm to fight with this person. In other words, Qin Feiyang had to break through to the lesser completion 9th heaven realm. Because once he broke through to the lesser completion 9th heaven realm, he could activate the rising dragon art and consume the heavenly dust divine pill to raise his cultivation to the perfection 9th heaven realm. Since they were both at the perfection 9th heaven realm, Qin Feiyang might be able to defeat this person with his means. Don't worry. I still have this bit of self-awareness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then let's leave quickly. While he is at the Blood Lake, we don't have to worry about him ambushing us on the way. Shuegang said. There's no hurry. I'll go down and find out about the situation first. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said. You, Shuegang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Don't be like this. I won't be rash. If I really can't enter the lake, I will return to the ancient city immediately. Qin Feiyang smiled. What if he finds out? Shuegang said. He won't. Moreover, there's still the unicorn. Even if he finds out, with its speed, it won't be a problem for us to escape. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shuegang sighed helplessly and looked at the unicorn. Do you have a supreme level auxiliary divine art? No. The unicorn shook its head and said, but I have a legendary level auxiliary divine art. Your speed is already one level faster than living beings of the same realm. With a legendary level auxiliary divine art, you should be able to compete with the black-clothed middle-aged man in speed. Alright then. Protect brother Qin well. When we reach the ancient city, I will ask the King of Hell to reward you with a supreme level auxiliary divine art. Shuegang looked at the unicorn and said. The unicorn was stunned and instantly became excited. Don't worry. Leave Boss Qin's safety to me. No one will be able to harm him. Shuegang smiled and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body.